Well, hello and welcome to match number 3 of the regional Super 50. We're here for action between the West Indies Academy and Leeward Islands. We're gonna head to the toss where Ruskin Mark will take us through.
Well, good morning, and we're here at the Queen's Park Oval, and it's of course the Leeward Islands coming up against the Academy. So yesterday you had Red Force against CCC at the UWI Spec. Today, students again, it's the Academy now, and they're coming up against the Leeward Islands outfit. Leewards have been playing great cricket over the past few seasons. They want to continue in that vein. Well, looking at the track, it's a typical Queen's Park Oval track, and of course a lot of rolled in grass, not the natural grass coming through, and it seems as if it's very dry. Early morning moisture, probably little or nothing, and I think this track will definitely look to assist the spinners later on, especially even towards the middle of the first innings and for the entire second innings of play. You look at it, it's still very firm but dry, and that will prove to be critical today. So whoever wins the toss may want to take a first strike on this turf.
So we're back with that. After that pitch report there, you can see that there's a lot of dead grass on the wicket, as Vinod Mamchan mentioned. And let's go.
A very good morning to one and all as we welcome you here to the Queen's Park Oval, where we're getting ready for the match between the Leeward Islands and the West Indies Academy. It promises to be a good one. This is the CJ Super 50 for 2024, and we have the captains from both teams. Of course, Rakeem Cornwall is here with us, Teddy Bishop from the West Indies Academy, and of course Mr. Blades, who is the match commissioner. Jonathan, it's over to you. I know you have the toss. You could go ahead with the toss.
Heads is the call. And heads it is.
So heads is the call, and the situation here, Rakim, is that a toss that you really wanted to win?
Yeah, it's a good toss to win. We're going to have a bat first. I think the pitch look like a good one. Probably get slow in the second half.
Okay. How are you feeling about your team and your prospects in this tournament this year?
Our team is a good team. I think we did well last year. You just want to repeat and go one step further.
All right, well, all the best to you in this tournament, individually as well as collectively as a unit. Thank you very much. So there you heard that. So the Leeward Islands, in fact, decided that they will bat first. Teddy, how do you find the wicket looks?
Wickets are good. If you won the toss, we'd have bat also, because we don't think it would change throughout the course of today's game.
How are you feeling about your team's chances in this tournament based on what you saw yesterday, and how you're preparing for today?
Yeah, I feel pretty confident about the boys. Our preparation has been really good. Spent at least 3 weeks in Antigua, so we're quite comfortable where we're at.
Okay, how about I know you have a slight delayed start here. I know you probably came here anxious to get started, but eventually you'll get some cricket. The delay changes anything for you at all, your whole mindset?
No, not at all. I think the plan remains the same. Process remains the same. I think we're just looking to get into the game and have a crack at it.
Well, all the best and go well.
Yeah, thank you.
So there you have it from the two captains here, Rakeem Cornwall and Teddy Bishop. The Leeward Islands have won the toss and they will bat first.
So as you just saw, the Leeward Islands winning the toss and electing to bat first, which is probably a good decision. It's based on the wicket that we've seen out there and the evidence of what we know that has been happening at the Oval for many years. So I hope it's a good batting track. And because of the late start, there was a little bit of moisture, maybe a bit earlier, but that was dealt with pretty quickly. The sun is out, and we were originally supposed to start at 9. It's now 10 past 10, so that early morning moisture is pretty much gone as I introduced my co-commentator to the Ruskin Mark.
Thank you very much, Liam. And of course, this is an important game for both of these teams. Everybody wants to do well in a tournament like this. Of course, with so much riding now, so much cricket to be played, with the West Indies team, so much franchise cricket going around. So every time you step onto the field, you want to put your best foot forward. Not that that didn't apply before, but I think given the benefits now for good performances, it suggests to me that there's like added significance to these tournaments for everybody, not just the well-known players, but a lot of these youngsters, especially from a group like the West Indies Academy.
Yeah, definitely. I think we've seen more and more in recent times that the Super 50 is bearing a lot of players into the West Indies one-day team. Teddy Bishop was one of those guys who got into the team after some decent performances at the Under-19 World Cup and then the Super 50. So, yeah, definitely showing that, you do well, you perform well, you get your rewards from this tournament. So it looks like Jediah Blades is going to start us off from the Brian Lara Pavilion end, and the opening batsman for the Leeward Island Hurricanes. I believe it's going to be
Graves is one of them.
Justin Graves, and there's going to be Mikhail Louis.
Who's coming off a monster year.
Yeah, definitely. He's had some good performances in regional cricket. Got into the test team, did a decent job. Still some work to be done, and then he's just coming off on a really good CPL and a St. Kitts team that probably underperformed for quite some time.
So certainly a lot right in here. Again, the official word is that it's a 47 overs a side affair. So Blades, that's a good delivery. Touching down and coming back. And Graves was just nibbling at it. Late decision.
Nip back in and good movement early on. You could definitely see that Blades is running in hard already, and there were some concerns about the run-up, but Blades seems to be pretty comfortable in his first delivery.
That's an opportunity to probably just come onto the front foot. I'm sure he would love to get something going there. But Mikhail Louis, a man who did so well in regional tournament, and forced his way onto the West Indies team as well.
Yeah, I think after that regional 40 that he had early on, there was no way he could have been left out of that test series in England. Didn't do a bad job, but I would probably like to get a bit more.
That's another peach of a delivery there. This time pitching up and just cutting the ball to curve back into the right-hander.
So just running through the West Indies Academy playing 11. Justin Jagassar, Carlin Bowen Tuckett, the wicketkeeper, Rivaldo Clark, Teddy Bishop, the skipper, Akeem Ogis, Joshua Bishop, Johan Lean, McKenny Clark, Zishan Mutara, Jediah Blades, and Nimar Bolden getting his opportunity. Came in as a replacement and now into the squad immediately for the first game. You want to make the most of his opportunity.
Yeah, this is, like I said, we take this for granted so much when players get to represent a team in a regional tournament of this nature. But some of these players they're nervous, a little bit nervous. Again, pitching up. That's brilliant cricket again. A good ball, good shot, and brilliant piece of fielding as well.
It looks to be Akeem Ogis there at cover. He's a top fielder. And throwing his frame around early on. Louis, he's played 4 deliveries so far. 2 of them have been beating him, just deliveries coming back into him. But when he drives the ball, he looks so comfortable, he looks so good.
And there's a shorter delivery this time, but probably not as short as he anticipated. And as a result, he found himself in a little bit of pain. A good first over to kick things off here by Jediah Blades. And yet to get off the mark. It's naught for naught.
Blades would have played for the combined campuses and colleges team last season in the Super 50 and in the 40. Did pretty well, and you could see he's getting a bit of rewards now once he's into the academy setup. And it looks like it's going to be, is it going to be Joshua Bishop, the skipper? It is.
Spin, yep.
Bishop usually, once he gets into his work, he does bowl with the new ball at times in limited over cricket. And once he gets into his wicket, could be a pretty difficult bowler to negotiate. And with the dryness of this wicket, there is the possibility of some early spin. The ball is new though, so I think Bishop is just going to try to use his angles and his arm balls well.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of that up yesterday up at the UE. We saw the arm ball being very effective.
Yeah, especially because the wicket was turning so much. The one that didn't turn was the most dangerous delivery. This is a good looking shot from Justin Graves, and he's off the mark immediately.
Yeah, he didn't try to hit it too hard. He just kind of caressed it and into the gap and had enough time to pinch a single.
A bit of turn there.
Yep, a little bit of turn as well. And that, I suppose, is the bigger, like you talk about grass and the wicket, there is, of course, the rolled in grass, but there's also some, natural grass in there that is growing on the pitch, so it's cut. So there is that, what we call like a little nutty grass type of thing. And if the ball hits one of those, it might do even more.
Here's Bishop again. Nice, a bit of turn outside the off stump again. You probably want to be a bit more aggressive in terms of getting it on the stumps, getting it turning away from the outside edge, forcing him to play.
And of course, knowing that the batsmen are being encouraged to rotate strike as much as possible or keep the scoring going as much as possible now, so it obviously means that batsmen are on the lookout.
Yeah, that's a good delivery from Bishop. That's the one that went straight on, and maybe just hitting him outside the off stump. So that's the end of over number 2. It's 1 without loss. Louis not looking in full control just yet. And yeah, you mentioned the encouragement to rotate the strike and to limit the dot balls. There's so much new batting points and bowling points, fielding points. I spoke to Joshua Bishop earlier about how is that gonna affect the way that they play their game and how they wanna approach matches, and he said, well, it's definitely an objective that they wanna get into their style of play. Try to get as many points as they can.
Yeah, it's something that's being deliberately done by the West Indies Cricket Board, just to encourage positive play and try to, I suppose, allow batsmen to set targets or set teams to set targets and try and achieve them. A little bit of wit there and paying the price.
I think Blades was good in the first over when he was straight, and he's gone a bit wider now, and Justin Graves just leaning on it and getting it past the fielders at point, 2 fielders at backward point, and just around a regular point.
He didn't need a second invitation. He was onto that quickly and executed that cut shot very, very well.
He is again one slip in play for him, that one leaving the right-hander. And we saw a lot of deliveries come back in that first over, so showing the ability to move the ball both ways, and he's bowling at a decent pace as well. Blades developing nicely over the past year that we've seen him.
Yeah, and this is what I suppose the cry has been. The players need to play more cricket, and they also need to play at a high enough level so that it counts. He is again pitching up and giving the full treatment here again. That's going to run down the hill, and that's 4 more.
Yeah, it's a classic Justin Greaves shot. Can't just overpitch those deliveries there to him. And he didn't try to overhit it once more. He just tried to time it well, placed it nicely, and just to the left of Teddy Bishop. Maybe could have done a bit better earlier on, because once it gets past you in the 30-yard circle and it starts going down there, it is not easy to catch. The oval outfield is lightning quick. It's got a short cover, backward point, cover point, and a slip, as well as a mid-off on the offside. Oh, good delivery there.
Yep, just kind of tucking him up a little bit and a little bit of a hop, skip and jump on the part of Justin Greaves there. He's quickly on to 9 of just 5 deliveries, so he's doing his part. And at the other end, Michael Louis, surprisingly, is not yet off the mark, but he's faced 11 balls already.
You look at the bonus points in play, they need to try to get at least 16 the power play, and you know it's tough. We saw yesterday Trinidad and Tobago Red Force and CCC. This one is going to run close to the boundary, and
May not get there.
yeah, a good bit of fielding from the man at
They're
backward
thinking
point.
of a third. This could be dangerous. If he had only collected the ball, he probably could have had himself a run out.
Well. Comedy of errors there from the batsman, and then Jediah Blades. He was definitely miles out of his crease. Blades just needed to pick up the ball and flick the bails off, but unfortunately for them, he did not. And Michael Louis lives to fight another day. So you look at the conditions of this wicket compared to what Red Force and Trinidad and Tobago Red Force and the CCC played on yesterday. It was always going to be hard to get 16 the power play with that wicket. But this is an encouraging pitch to, play your strokes in. Good delivery from Blades.
Yeah, and this is a fairly experienced bowling attack as well. So you anticipate that they will do well. We've seen these youngsters kind of develop and grow as they go along. 11 without loss at the end of over number 3.
Yeah, you're right. These guys, some of them into their 3rd or 4th Super 50 campaign now. It's not anything that they're new to, but there is a lot of young, new faces. And speaking of Bish earlier, he was talking about the likes of Zishan Mutara, who, we've been hearing a lot about of in the past few months. Young Bajan leg spinner. And also he mentioned Rivaldo Clark, who's been in good form.
They should not have gotten a single there, but a little bit of carelessness in the end.
Akim O'Geese there, usually a really good fielder. Field for Bishop, a long off, a cover point, backward point, slip, a deep mid wicket, short fine leg, short mid wicket, and a mid on who picks up now. That's Motara. And they got another single. Good running from Graves and Louis.
Yeah, they have a good understanding, it seems, although they got themselves into a bit of a tangle there. And that's because the batsman was turning blindly. He was turning with his back to where the fielder is. And that's a cardinal sin. See the temptation there to try to get him to go across the line of the delivery. This time, Bishop is going through and around and angling the ball probably in towards leg stump and hoping it straightens.
Just like that. Well, that one a bit, maybe an off stump and getting it to go away. Good judgment though from Mikhail Louis. He's a tall, strongly built opening batsman.
And well played. He had to fetch it a little bit outside the off stump, but he hit it so hard. And what is even better, he placed it well.
Yeah, he did. Not much on the offside. It's a 5-4 field. So that extra fielder, gotta think it went exactly where that extra fielder would have been, that extra cover fielder.
A sweeper.
There is Bishop again. Straight to the delivery this time. No turn on that one. One thing about Joshua Bishop, and we've seen so many times, is gets through his overs quickly. Always just rushing through his overs. And that could, add a bit of nerves to the Leeward Islands attack. They always feel like you're running out of time when a bowler's running through his overs so quickly. It's going to be Blades to continue for his third.
Of course, it's up to 17 without loss now at the end of that over. 4 overs completed. Both bowlers have had a chance to, as I say, get a feel for the conditions. So this is about the time now where they try to make adjustments in their mind, how, what working, what not working, and try to see if they could deceive the batsman here. Shorter, but well played again. Just kind of standing up tall there, Graves.
And I think what we've seen work for Blades is pitching the ball up and getting it to swing. And I think that's going to be where he needs to operate. I'm not going to get too much more swing on offer. We're into the 4th over. So you want to try to use as much as you can, maybe up until that 5th, 6th over where there's still swing on offer.
And that's pulled away nicely. It's going to bounce once. Actually, I think it cleared the fence. It went right over. Just in front of that Triniposi stand there. And that's the first 6 of the innings.
It was a really well-timed shot. So tall again. He's a tall guy already. So not going to trouble him too much. And it was a good-looking shot from Mikhail Louis. Seeing a bit more confidence now after a bit of a shaky start. 11 runs coming off his last 6 deliveries. With a 6 on a 4. So now we see Jagisar at fine leg. He comes up into the circle at the short fine leg, and the man goes out to deep square.
There's some adjustments there in the field. I wonder if he served a short ball again. There he goes again, as if to say, play this one now. And funny enough, he played this one further down the legs, closer just outside the leg stump. The first one was more or less on leg stump, and he pulled it, but he pulled it in front of square. So they put the fielder there, but the bumper, which was a lot shorter, higher, but it was put just badly lined. It was a little bit too much over the left shoulder. He needed to bring it towards that right shoulder and ask him to fetch it from there.
And it was down the leg side, and it was called one for the over as well. He still has another. And that's it. That's what I've been talking about. Getting the ball up. Louis has been tempted to drive early in his innings. And it shows you the kind of player he is as well. He is a quite aggressive player.
And that was one of the features of his batting last year. He drove the ball so well, most times. And now they're strengthening the onside field now. No slip.
Yeah, that's a bit disappointing to me. You just pitched the ball up outside or stump, leaving the right-handed batsman. He drove at it and missed. And the very next ball, they take the slip out, which means he's looking to bowl straighter, probably a bit shorter as well. I feel like he's going to go for the short ball here.
Well played again. Just staying right behind it, Mika Louis. Not trying to do too much with it. And treating it with the respect it deserves. But nice hot conditions here. Again, we've had a delay. And we started at 10 after 10 this morning. And we've had 3 overs deducted as well. So you can look at Jediah Blades, a big, strong fella. Well built, very muscular. Has what we call pregnant pythons. Well played again.
Yeah, that's a better length. Louis, 11 of 20. It's been a decent start from him.
I think one of the men that they want to see is O'Shane Thomas to see how he goes in this tournament. Because last year, I think the injuries kind of kept him out a little bit, and even when he was fit, he couldn't break into the team as much until probably around the last game or two. That's a beauty. They're appealing for catch of the wicket. He's gone. Very well taken. Michael Louis pushing at that one. Got a little bit of a feather, and he goes for 11. It's 25 for 1.
Yeah, and that's what I've been talking about. Getting the ball up into a good area and letting it swing. And let's have a look at it there. Was leaving Louis again, and yeah, he pushed at it outside the off stump. And a good catch from tuck it behind the stumps. So that's the first wicket. And the West Indies Academy off and running now with bonus points in play. We're into now the 5th over. 5 overs have been completed now. The Academy would look for 2 more wickets to get a bowling point. But if the Leeward Islands get to 35 more runs without losing a third wicket, they would be fine. They could get to 60 for 2 and they would get
the
one.
bonus point. Yep.
And if they lose 3 wickets as well, they could get to 80 and get a bonus point, the same bonus point. It's not, you can't get 2. So 60 for 2 or 80 for 3 is a bonus point for the...
Within the power play, first power play.
First 10 overs, yep. So it's Chesney Hughes, he's in at number 3. And he's been around the circuit for a long time.
Again, there's another experienced batsman who knows his way around the regional pitches. But he will recognize that while his team has a good start here, 25 from 5, 25 for 105 overs, so easy calculation. Going at 5 and over. I'm sure they want to keep that momentum going and maybe try to quicken somewhere, maybe between overs 8, 9, and 10. See if they could, get it up to that 60, as you said, and not lose another wicket.
Yeah, I think that would be ideal for them. Just need to go around 7 and over from here, which is it's not difficult in the power play. And, it promotes, as you said earlier, it promotes positive cricket, positive batting. But it also opens up the academy to maybe, these guys are going to be playing their shots. There's a chance to pick up wickets. So Bishop is going to be over the wicket to Chesney Hughes for his first delivery.
There's an appeal, a little stifled appeal, but again, stepping out quite nicely there. I don't think he was in too much danger there. He was well outside the off stump. Again, teasing him on that spot, trying to put the ball down right there in front of him. It would be interesting if he can produce a good arm ball from there, one that just goes or holds its own.
You see Colin Murray, and another appeal. And you could see all 3 stumps behind him there, so he was good.
Well outside the off stump. It's well played.
Yeah, cross his pad down to Jagisat long on. Easy single. He's played a lot of cricket, Chesney Hughes, in England. He's played for Derbyshire for quite some time. That's a really good first class record. Averages 31 in 87 games with a high score of 270 not out.
These two are doing the smart thing. If you can't get a boundary, at least just try to rotate the strike as much as possible. Bishop completed his third over, 10 without loss for him. It's 28 for 1 now after 6.
Yeah, better over there from Bishop. It's 3 overs for just 10 so far. Chesney Hughes, we were speaking about him on list day average of just 21, which as a top order batsman you would definitely want to improve on. He's played a lot of matches, 90 matches, high score of 81, 12 half centuries. You'd want to add to that. Bowls his left unorthodox as well.
Very underrated, but does very well with the ball.
Now here is Blades again.
Still driving nicely, not afraid to come onto that front foot and play forceful drives. But it's also an area of strength, but it could also be an area of weakness for him. Because, like you said, if Blades is able to just get a little movement off the wicket, if he could put it down in front of him and just get it to deviate, and as we've seen, he's done it. He's brought it back into the right-hander, and he can also leave him.
And he comes again. It's like a bit shorter.
No
No
ball.
ball signaled.
First of the day. And the umpires for today, of course, Lyndon Rajkumar and Shannon Crawford.
Lyndon Rajkumar from Trinidad and Tobago.
So there, Blades just taking his time. Doesn't seem overly worried by it, but he does look a little bit concerned. I don't know if he's a little winded. First big opportunity to really run in and bowl here this morning. So let's see.
It's going to be a free hit. And it's just going straight up.
There are 2 men converging, and the catch is taken, but it doesn't count. And but one more.
It was good though. It was good thinking. Going fast and into the pitch with the deep square leg out there still. Now he's going to be up to the left-hander for the first time today. See a third man and a fine leg. And good to see that Bishop is going back into slip. New batsman in, you want to put him under a bit of pressure early on.
Yeah, that's good thinking.
6-3 offside field. It's been impressive so far, Blades. Good delivery. And he was just on the front foot, pushing it down to Johan Lean, who I'm excited to see later on.
Yeah, we do have a number of very exciting prospects in the West Indies Academy. And in fact, I long for the day when I will see you running in there as well. I say, don't rule yourself out.
Here's Blades again from the Branagh Pavilion end. And playing around his pad a bit there is
Seems to
Chesney
fall
Hughes.
over to the offside a little bit.
I think we saw that a lot in that last over from Bishop. He tends to favor the offside a bit, getting inside the line of the ball.
Liam, I was just looking at the revised situation of the game. As we said, we started at 10:10 and 47 overs aside. First session to end at 1:28. The length of the interval will be now 30 minutes. The second session starts at 1:58 and it's 10-10-9-9-9. So 10 overs per bowler. 2 bowlers will bowl 10 overs and another 5 will bowl 9 each. And the power play will be 10 and of course 28 and 9 at the end, at the back end. And the 3 phases for the innings. And the match is due to end at about 5:16 this evening. So I think the umpires, the officials have cleared up what the playing conditions are quite nicely there.
So he's blades again. Yeah, and I think
Can be tight to get around there, and he won't.
so they're getting closer to that batting point. 34 for 1, 26 required in 3 overs just to get that point.
Yeah, and you have 2 experienced players at the wicket here right now who I'm sure, based on those discussions that they're having, must be thinking along those lines. How can we, get these runs quickly here and not take too many risks? And I would imagine that's part of the discussion now when they have their team meetings and what have you, who will attack or who will probably just, hold an end. You don't want to just give away wickets.
Yeah, definitely. It's going to be a change in bowling from the media centre end. Joshua Bishop, after 3 good overs, he is going to hold himself back now, and we're going to finally see Johan Lane, who has been a real success for the West Indies Academy in all the series that he's played in. He went to Ireland with them. He played a couple of 40 seasons with them now, a couple of 50 over seasons, and starts off well.
Touching down on a good line.
The slip in play. The field for Johan Lane is a 6-3 field. Mid off, cover point, backward point, a first slip and a deep third man. A fine leg as well as a mid on and a mid wicket in the circle. So off the outside edge a bit from Johan Lane with bowling.
He's dropped on a pretty good line so far. He's been thereabouts on that off stump, and especially when you know batsmen are going to try to attack you, what you try to do is to limit them as much as possible. And dot balls is a big topic.
And that's a really good looking shot from Justin Greaves through the covers, and another boundary to him. Slightly over pitch from Lane again this time, and Greaves just leaning on it and driving it through that gap between that short cover fielder and
Mid off.
Teddy Bishop at mid off.
Yeah, that was a very well executed cover drive. And again, he didn't try to put too much into it, but he timed it so well. It just sped off the bat and raced across the oval turf here. Now they've put the fielder into that short catching position, Joshua Bishop.
They've taken out the slip just after 3 deliveries.
Again, looking to drive and come onto that front foot and commit to it very early.
Greaves has looked really good this morning so far, coming off a brilliant year for the Leeward Island Hurricanes. Had a lot of runs in the last Super 50. Too straight from Lane, and that could run away, and it will run away for 4.
It's a gift there. It's just can't stray on the pass. He doesn't have any protection there. You have 3 men. I have a fine leg, a man in, and the other 2 in the circle on the onside. One just to the left of the umpire, and the other one at mid-on. Once that ball was played, which it was, they played nicely into that gap. As they say, taking candy from a baby there. No risk at all.
And race to the boundary as well.
Yeah, that was a really good shot. Again, you could see him hunting another boundary there, coming onto the front foot quickly, not able to get it through. That ends the over, the first one from Lane, And at the end of 8 overs, the Leeward Islands, after winning the toss and batting, a 42 for 1. So not a bad start for them, 42 for 1 after 8. So you have 2 overs now to make up for another 18 runs if you can.
Well, you
really
can see now there's a subfielder out there for the Leeward Islands, just having a word with Graves and Hughes with a water message. But I think the message would be that you're almost at the batting point, and maybe just go, if you get one good over in. If you get one good over, you could get 8 or 9 runs. There's 9 runs and over for 2 overs. 18 runs is what they need. You get like a 15 run over here. It's changing bowling though from that side. Blades has left the field, and it is McKenny Clark, who has been in and around this academy setup for some time. A couple of injuries as well. Played a season in the CPL, so he's another one that's been invested in by the Cricket West Indies. And he is a good player. He could bat as well down in the lower order, and does have a lot of pace on him. He's one of the quickest around at the academy level. So let's see how he gets into his first over. So that's wide outside the off stump.
he's not too big. He's rangy. He's not broad shoulders like some of the others. But he does have a pretty decent height. He's fairly tall. You look at his run-up. Turns a little bit of an angle, comes on at an angle. Not as straight as some of the other bowlers we've seen, who run almost directly behind the umpire on the way in. He takes it from a slightly wide angle. Not as wide as some others we've seen. I don't know if you've ever seen Bernard Julian bowl. He was left-handed, and BJ used to run more there and curl and come in. So Gary also used to do a little curl. We spoke about Malcolm Marshall this morning, who also had a nice bit of a curl in his run-up. It was hit hard, and that went back at him in a flash there. And he's paying the price for it.
Yeah, fresh off the CPL, he was part of the St. Lucia Kings franchise. So won it all in the end.
Yeah, that was a painful blow struck there. He's in some real discomfort there. You could see him wringing that hand.
He still is. And this is right hand, it seems to be his bowling hand. He needs to be careful there as he runs in to bowl again.
It's not a bad delivery. He was touching down because you could see he was just kind of walking towards him, trying to shorten the distance, maybe to get a chance to throw his bat at something. And on that occasion, the bowler, and that's the thing when you play in a tournament like this, when you play against experienced batters like these, and then when you have good coaches coaching you, you learn very quickly, or you see things a lot quicker. And I thought he saw him come in there and pushed it wide. There he goes again, because he knows he's trying to come out to him. And he's just pushing it a little bit wide. He has protection there. Doesn't have anybody out in the deep per se, but he does have a mid-off, an extra cover, and a short backward point, as well as a third man. So you say if you're going to do any damage, do it out there. I'm not giving you anything on your pads or too short. Does have a deep backward square leg though, right back on the fence. Short fine leg, mid-wicket and a mid-on.
And he seems to be batting just around that off stump, not off stump guard. And just wants to get inside the line of the ball, but McKenny Clark doing a good job of getting it away from him. And you're right. If he's gonna score, he has to score through that offside. That is pretty much packed. I would like to see maybe one more fielder though.
In the offside.
Yeah, in that offside. If with the way that Hughes is trying to score, and
And that's why you're thinking
Yeah.
about maybe somebody sweeping out there at least, or plugging that gap. That's another good shot though. The one short ball that he bowled, he got punished for it. To end the over, 9 completed, 47 for 1 now.
it's going to be Lane to continue from the media center end, and he's going to be looking for a breakthrough. Just 13 runs away from the batting point, and we'll see how they decide to go after that. As we see some views there. One Woodbrook Place, not far from here at the Queen's Park Oval.
I suppose you could tell your old man, instead of making the drive to South every day, why not get an apartment at One Woodbrook Place?
I'll have to discuss that with him later.
Tell him it's going to save so much gas.
Well, here's Lane running away from the media center end. Tall Johan Lane, that one well.
4 in the dark. He threw the bat at it outside the off stump, and he was so far away from the pad. The bat was way out there, and he hit the under edge, went past the stumps. The keeper couldn't move. The man at short fine leg didn't have a chance. And it's 4 runs. They all count. 51 now for 1. So the 50 is on the board.
Well, it was a bad delivery from Lane. Deserved 4. Maybe not where he got the 4, but he definitely deserved 4. And I think they're going to go for it. 9 runs in 5 deliveries. They're going to go for the point. Let's see how they go about it again. No, Justin Greaves says no. That's a good delivery though from Lane. Getting his leg back a little bit and getting it angled back into the off stump. Greaves just opening the face. And Bishop's at point there. In fact, it's Ogie's start point.
Yeah, just where Bishop was moved into the offside. That's a brilliant work indeed, and that puts pressure on the batsmen now, because they're running out of deliveries to get these runs.
A good bit of feeling from Jagisar there at cover point.
Yeah. He does have a partner at backward point just to his left, so they're trying to plug that gap there and dare the batsmen to see if he can go through there. Clark.
And this is good from Lane.
This is excellent. So he's really frustrated them here. After conceding a 4 off the first ball of the over, you felt that they were looking to go after him. But he's not obliged. He's really pulled things back in nicely. Can he finish the over now?
Yeah, still 2 deliveries to go. You can get one more good delivery in here. Could stop them from going for that point. Here he is. And that's an excellent delivery. Just angling back in. And that's exactly where he wants to be. That's his strength. Does also have the ability to swing one away.
Yeah, so he's really tightened up here now. After that first delivery that went for that boundary, he's really pulled things back here very, very beautifully.
Final delivery of power play. And a good finish from Johan Lane at the end of 10. It's 51 for 1.
Yeah, so as the field change is over, of course Liam gets a bit of a breather, and the man who could help him realize the dream of getting an apartment at One Woodbrook Place has just joined us.
Thanks a lot, Ross Kidwell. He says if he gets that, then you will get an elevator for here. So at the moment, 51.
And the man who can make the elevator happen has just joined us in the back here. Mr. Colin Murray.
The great man
The
himself.
great man himself.
Always wonderful to see Colin Murray. Of course, nothing happens at the Oval unless
Without
Colin.
him, yep,
Yeah,
without
he has
him.
to be here.
Yeah.
You know.
So anytime you're giving the over credit, you will give him credit. But if something doesn't go as well as it should, then you can also point a finger at him.
And this is why we have you here, Ruskin. You always do that to the man. Outside the off stump, good angles. And this one goes through to the wicketkeeper. Do you think there was value? And definitely, I'm sure there should have been value in trying to get up to 60 runs in that last over. They had 5 balls to get 9 runs.
But give the young man credit. He did bowl. Lane bowled a beautiful over. He conceded the boundary of the very first ball, which was a kind of streaky 4 in the dark, of the under edge that just ran down to fine leg. But after that, everything was pretty much off stump, just on the off stump, just outside.
Like that. It's pushed away on the offside.
So they stifled the run scoring options there for them. And they packed another fielder on the offside as well.
So this is more looking like a track more suited to the shorter version of the game, the 50 over version. Yesterday, of course, at UE, we saw 194 made by the powerful Red Force batting lineup, the defending champions. And the CCC couldn't get up to that. They lost by 60 runs.
Yeah, they're going to pinch a quick single. The batsmen had to be careful. They almost collided.
So this is more like the type of track you would want to see these guys play on. Although Tony Gray made a very interesting point yesterday when he said that probably it's good that they get square turners at times, so that should they encounter this on the international stage, they will be able to adapt and play accordingly. Your thoughts?
Well, while there might be merit in that, the general feeling is if it's going to benefit the bowlers so much, it's going to make run scoring so difficult for everybody, and hence the reason why you get the low scores sometimes. So you don't want to at least punish them as batsmen. You of course you hope they learn to play at a spinning ball, but at the same time you don't want them to be frustrated by it.
Well, it's 6 to 1 and half a dozen of the other, because then you might have a bowler who might bowl the side out, rip the team apart, and then you take him to the next level, and when he gets testing tracks,
He gets torn apart.
Yep.
Because he doesn't have the same type of tracks to bowl on.
Oh, that's a beautiful delivery.
How that didn't touch, I don't know. It could have touched the stump and it could have touched the edge.
Well,
That
probably a
was
different brand of varnish on that bat it might have touched.
Yep. But it's a good delivery, and this is one of the things that I admire with these youngsters. They've really kept it very simple, but they've kept it consistent as well. They've been thereabouts, and doing a little bit with the ball off the wicket. And as you mentioned in the pitch report, there is a lot of dry grass rolled into the wicket, but there are just 1 or 2 roots there as well. And that's a careless shot.
Philo Wallace would say that's a naughty shot. He was nowhere near that, looking to drive expansively through the offside. It's the end of the over.
Yeah, you look at it again. A little bit of inward movement, but not as much as he probably anticipated. 52 for 1 at the end of 11.
Lovely. Just behind the image, probably a lovely shot of, is that your abode there, Ruskin, in the hills?
Yes, I feel that Murray might be better able to tell us who his neighbor is there. They all live in these gated communities, you know.
Yes.
And their neighbors are, I can't say it's a stone's throw away, but you have to be real strong to pelt a stone in their yard. They're miles apart sometimes.
Well, the young man Lane is going to continue. I want to agree with you. I was looking at that last over. Probably Justin Greaves thought that he could have thrown his wicket away had he looked for that 9 runs because he was really on spot. Kenny starts well here.
And again, I think what you're seeing too is the little bit of confidence that they get from playing at a higher level. So now you come to this level and, you know, there's familiarity, or your own confidence is such that you're not bothered by facing, you know, established batters. Because I always felt that worked in your favor.
Driving, and he is dropped.
I think he was caught.
In fact, the umpire raised his finger.
And, well, they're wondering now whether he took the catch. Now, the wicketkeeper, he took it. He kind of, sort of, his hands were separated. So he had one hand down and one hand up. And so it's now up to the square leg umpire to determine whether that ball carried or not.
Well, let's look at this. The master himself is here. He will also give his opinion. That's Mr. Murray.
First of all, did he edge it? Now the catch is taken. Now watch where the wicketkeeper went. The wicketkeeper put the gloves on the ground, but the ball stayed in the gloves. He didn't drop the ball at any time. And I think he has to go. Yes, I think Chesney Hughes.
Yeah, the umpire did raise his finger. We'll have another look at that. I'm sure our producer would slow it down, probably magnify it, and let's really see what's going on.
I think what he did, it probably just, whether it was in his own little exuberance, put his glove on the ground, and that probably created the illusion that the ball might have dropped out. But he never lost the handle of the ball, and he was never, worried about whether it was a catch or not.
So that's the natural action. Let's look a little closer at what happened there. It's interesting. Hughes. Back and across. Long stride forward. So definitely seems to be an edge there, Ruskin. But this is the interesting part. The ball goes into the glove.
You see, I don't think he ever worried about whether the catch was taken or not. He put the glove down on the ground.
Why would he do that?
That's the thing. I'm not sure why he did that. But he did have the ball sort of cupped in his hands, He just maybe he was just resting.
What a time to take a rest. What a time.
But he took the catch, and he took the catch at a good height, at a good, comfortable height, and then he just kind of put the glove on the ground. That created all this unrest. Yep.
So at the end of this over, Ruskin, I would leave you for a short bit, and our very dear friend and brother, Colin Murray. I know you're chomping at the bit,
I really wanted to ask you, all my life I know Colin as a spiritual shouter Baptist. I'll tell you more. That's a beauty of a delivery. That's very close indeed. Not out, says the umpire. Coffee James really got a snorter there and lucky to survive.
Well, unless he got an edge there. Let's have a look at this again.
Oh, it's going leg.
Going down leg
That's
side.
a good decision by the umpire.
So Lane is really having a good spell here. Yes, you were making a point, about Mr. Murray.
Yeah, because when you sent me a notice and it said we're working with Colin Murray on such and such a day, and then like 20 minutes later, I get an adjusted roster. And it says Colin is out. So I just wanted to ask you if he gave you a reason why he wasn't able to work on that particular day. Now, bearing in mind, it is just holiday here in Trinidad and Tobago, and I believe he might have good reason. He always has a good reason.
Not Colin, Ruskin, I'm immediately going to come off after this ball.
The man is here. I know him as a shouted Baptist.
Well,
just wondering when he turned to Hinduism.
Lovely shot. That's raising it over mid on. It's going to trickle into the boundary now for 4. And that boundary welcomes Colin Murray. No, I wait for this response. I'm going to buy popcorn and sit for this one.
So at the end of, well, it's not even the end of the over yet. There was just a lovely shot there. Kofi James, not afraid to put the bat to the ball there and lifted it over the mid-wicket region and then picked up a boundary. So he gets over the mark immediately after surviving a few scares there. As I say good morning to my very good friend Colin Murray. And here he goes again, throwing the bat to that one. He gets it out square. And he will get a single. So Murray is here and the excitement level has just increased. Now 57 for 2 at the end of over number 12.
Good morning to you, Ruskin Mark, and good morning to everybody. I'm not too sure where you got the notion of my religious beliefs or my not beliefs, but my religion. I'm very surprised because I've never seen you in church when I go to church. And wherever I go to church, the only time I see you go to church is when there's an occasion, funeral, or christening, or things like that. So I would.
You have seen me in church.
Well, yeah, under unfortunate circumstances, I might add. But yes, Mr. Mamchan knows exactly my reasons for not being able to join you. And as I was saying to him, I may not be able to join the commentary until sometime early next week.
There's a short ball, and this was helped away nicely. That could go for 4 runs. There's a chase there. Both men converging. Neither one could get to it. And it's very, very well played again. And James is quickly into his stride here.
Yeah, that's a good shot. Too short, though. And the pitch looks in good condition. I don't think the ball is coming onto the bat. But that's the typical Queen's Park pitch, where the ball doesn't really rush onto the bat. And but once you get settled in, it's a good batting track. And once these guys settle down, I think the Leewards, even though it's only 47, the game has been reduced to 47 overs aside. They should get beyond 250.
And James again, he's such a positive batsman. He always seemed to want to get on with things here.
And Justin Graves at the other end, he's on what, 28? You know, he's. I think once he gets a start, he's a dangerous player. I think the problem with him is between 0 and 15. You know, once he can get past that, you know, he's a good player. But
kind of like you, isn't it?
Yeah, what, being a good player? Yeah, kind of like me.
I was thinking of getting between 0 and 15. Here he goes again. But you're right. In terms of players who've been playing at this level for a number of years, you want to see them come and dominate, you know, at this level, because this is familiar territory to them. Nothing kind of should faze them then at this level.
Yeah, you're right. And you know, it's a little disturbing. And when you look at what happened in Sri Lanka with the West Indies team and facing up to a turning wicket. I knew that would have happened after the first game when Evan Lewis and Brandon King tore into the Sri Lankan attack. And on what was a fairly good pitch. But once they got going, you knew that somewhere along the line, the Sri Lankans would prepare a turner. And it just goes to show that we just need a little bit more quality spinners in the region to test our batsmen. And not only with quality spinners, but with good fast bowling as well. You know, we need to start to look. I'm happy for young Jewel Andrew that he got into this squad, and let's hope he can go on from there.
It's another powerful drive, but the bowler just got a touch on it. He got one earlier, Colin. I don't know if you saw it. It was hit hard back at him. And he stopped it.
No, I didn't.
He stopped it.
With his boot?
No, with his hands.
Oh.
He stopped it with his hands. But I don't think he wanted to bowl for a while yet. But he had to because he was bowling. It was off his own bowling. It was one full-blooded drive back to him. And he knocked it down. But boy, he's probably saying now, I should not have put my hands on that one.
Yeah, but McKenny Clark is a promising young man. That's a good shot.
Yep, that's gorgeous. He didn't hit it too hard. In fact, he just allowed it to come on to him. And he stroked it beautifully past the left hand of mid-on. Not much Blades could do with that. That's 4 good-looking runs.
Yeah, he's coming very positive, isn't he? Kofi James. He's putting bat to ball, which has been really, really good. And that's a very good shot indeed from James. It's always good when you can get it in that area just to the left of mid-on or to the right of mid-off. That tells me that you're playing with basically with a straight bat. And but he's coming on what, he's on 8-14, just some 9 deliveries.
Yep.
And I tell you what, Ruskin, it's been pretty good shots, good cricket and shots.
Yep. And remember, he survived that big LBW shout first ball,
Yeah.
which was a good Yorker right up in the block hole.
Doing a little too much, wasn't
Yep,
it?
yep.
Yeah. I thought for one moment he may have got an inside edge, but it seemed that the swing was taking it down the leg side.
Yep. So we have Bishop coming back into the attack now, Joshua Bishop, who started at this end early on with the new ball and took actually didn't bowl too badly, but now he's coming back probably with a little better grip on the ball. Who knows?
It just had 3 overs, none for 10. I suppose that's commendable. You would have maybe would have wanted him to pick up a wicket in those 3 overs.
He did get some turn, and so I think that's what most people are looking to see, how much spin.
I would be
the bowlers could
surprised.
get.
I would be surprised, Ruskin, if the bowlers get any amount of spin. They may get a slight thing, but I think it's going to be a good batting track throughout the day. I can't see it turning all that much, but we'll have to wait and see.
But with all the brown grass
Yeah.
that has been rolled into the wicket, and I would imagine a little bit of some sprinkling here and there of natural grass, or some growth over time, which happens on most wickets anyway. But I'm sure as a bowler you want to hit one of those patches and see if the ball does something. It explodes.
Yeah, you would want to just experiment a little bit on your line and your length and that type of thing and see where wherever you pitch, what happens. Do you get some purchase if you're going to pitch middle and leg? There's really a good delivery. That's with the kind of line and the length he wants. And if he can get a little bit of turn as well from there, that's all you need. That little bit of turn to get the edge of the bat.
Plus he has a good arm ball. This one again is peeling off the outside edge. This time he was trying to turn it, maybe flick it on the onside a little bit.
Yeah, he should have been playing with a straight bat, shouldn't he? He should have been going straight to mid-on, if it's anything. But you're right, he was trying to flick it. And very lucky indeed. Oh, he's giving it away in a way, isn't he, now? I mean, he's been batting so well. All of a sudden, he feels, you're playing 47 overs, and you're in the 13th over or in the 14th over. There's no need to take risks like that.
He's quickly on to 15, so he has gotten a good start. And, now is the time for him to really buckle down. It's another breach of a delivery. Have to hurry, but they do. And they're going to get the single as well.
It's well played from Justin Graves, though. He was right forward to that. Let's have a look at it. Right forward, head bent over there. I tell you what, had he not been there, it could have been spelt a problem for him. But that's the good thing about Graves. When he gets into the 30s and things like that, I've seen him before in terms of getting into 30, 40. He carries on from the 30s. What he needs to do is get 100 here, a big one. He needs to bat through for the Leeward Islands' sake. And after 14 overs, 70 for 2. So it's not bad. It's they've been a little disappointed. They've lost that second wicket. But it's a pretty good start. And at 70 for 2, Ruskin, they must be thinking of somewhere in the vicinity of 250, 275.
Yeah, well, they've lost the opportunity to get the bonus batting point on top. But you can't worry about that now.
No.
What you could do at the back end, if you could, really get into stride here now and set it up in such a way that you get some of your big hitters like Raheem Cornwall and there to come at the end and maybe, take the ball in by the scruff of the neck and produce some big scores down there, which you saw down at the Brian Lara yesterday.
That was an amazing victory, though, wasn't it? From the Windwards. I thought at one stage they were 160 for 6 or something like that. And I thought, well, the last pair put on 30 or so to win the game, wasn't it?
Yep.
Or 32, something like that.
Matara, the new bowler, and immediately pitching up
Haven't seen him before, Ruskin.
Yeah, he's one of those youngsters that I think has come in here with a good reputation.
Leg spinner?
Yep, good little reputation here. They want to really see him do well, short.
Tell you that, to me, that's one of the things West Indies cricket is crying out for, a good leg spinner. You know, we have a few slow left-arm spinners, but I'd like to see a good leg spinner, and maybe back of the hand as well.
Yep.
Left arm, back of the hand.
Somebody who can
in
really,
Chanali type bowler.
Somebody who could really ask questions of the batsman on a consistent basis. Remember when Trinidad and Tobago you had Inshan Ali, but you also had Jaichan Kanhai.
Yep.
You
Imtiaz Ali.
You had Imtiaz Ali, but then you
Jumadeen
also
Ranji.
had, you also had Imtiaz Ali. You also, Ganesh came after.
After, yeah, he was after.
But you had Jumas, but you also had Anna Oliver and a host of other top-class left-arm orthodox spinners.
I tell you, Inshan Ali, Rafiq Jumadeen and Ranji kept a lot of good young spinners out of the Trinidad and Tobago lineup. Arnold Oliver, for example, I thought Arnold Oliver was, at youth level, was a tremendous bowler. And but when he eventually made this step up, he just couldn't get into the Trinidad team once Rafiq Jumadeen was there. But the beauty of Arnold Oliver was that he could have pitched the ball. If you put a 10-cent piece, Ruskin, on the pitch, Arnold Oliver could have hit it. He was that good.
Yep. And then, think about this too, because we had Jai Chan, and who probably would have looked at maybe replacing Inshan at some point in time, but Inshan was still so young.
That's right.
You know.
That's right. And those guys went on for a long, long time. Yep. Inshan, and they were fantastic mates, Inshan Ali and Rafiq Jumadeen. They used to room together. Yep. And the stories what the two of them would give you, Ruskin, you would fall off your chair. I mean, they were incredible. They were an incredible duo. But they played their cricket hard.
Yep, and which is the way you want it played. Again, just pitching down, not really turning the ball much just yet.
I think he's looking for line and length,
he's just trying to get his line. Well, that's the end of the first over. So 15 overs completed now. It's 73 for 2.
Yeah, and a lot depends on this partnership. I think the Leewards would want these two to take it well beyond 100 and just give them a little bit of breathing space coming down to the end so that the latter half of the batting can attack the bowling and get them to that 270 or thereabouts, which should be a pretty good total.
Yeah, that could be to work with. And with the strength of their bowling, you know, I'm sure they want anything over 180 they may feel, you know, they're in with a good chance, a really good chance. If you get 200, 215, you're happy. But on a surface like, and although we've seen the West Indies Academy in the past challenge the bigger boys.
Yeah, that's right.
with some big batting performances. But they scared the life out of them. You know.
The Trinidad did the Red Force have a scare yesterday, Ruskin? I mean, come on. I thought when I heard the score that they were bowled out for 195 or after their innings was completed, I thought they're in trouble. And then somebody called me and said, hey, they're in more trouble. They were 110 for 1 at one stage. The CCC, was it? They're playing?
Yep.
And all of a sudden they were bowled out. But that's a good delivery. He's gone. Yep.
The arm ball, that's the thing. That's the difference. He was playing probably for a little bit of turn, so he probably played a little outside the line of the ball. But that one went straight on with the arm. And the young batsman there, James, not happy at all.
No, but he was. You look at him, Ruskin, and we're going to probably have a look at it again. You know, he was never in a position to play that ball. Sorry, I just missed it. I don't know if we could maybe just go back to it one more time. Have a look. There's your good friend Ralphie.
Yep, looking as sprightly as ever.
Ralphie must be close to about 95 now, isn't he?
I'm not sure.
I've seen him here at the Oval for the last 30 years.
He was there when we were youth cricketers, now starting out.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. But, I thought Kofi James was a little lazy in playing that delivery. And I'm not surprised to see the back of him. I just don't think Ruskin, he was tight enough in defense. Seemed a little bit loose. And that's a pity because you would have wanted him to stay there. But there's the refreshment break now. Yeah, so I was just going to make the point, Ruskin, that there was so much of collapses yesterday in that Trinidad game. Yeah. I think they were at one stage, the Red Force, they were 192 for 5 and all out for 195.
Yeah, well, remember, the ball was spinning so much, I don't know if you saw...
No, I didn't. That's the problem. I didn't. I was only hearing the scores.
Well, if you saw the delivery, I had to take my sister's car to get something done on it for her.
And she allowed you to take the car?
Yeah.
My word.
Yeah.
Okay, your sister is very...
I think her heart was in her
Yeah,
mouth
of course,
for the entire duration.
Yeah.
And then I lengthened it for her, I increased the tension for her because I stopped off at Yui for a little bit to watch some cricket. So her heart must have been palpitating there at home.
What have you done with my car?
Yeah,
Anyway,
and
go ahead.
when I watched the cricket, and I think I was telling Liam that I watched the delivery that Jason Mohammed got.
Mm-hmm.
Colin, I am sure that ball pitched leg stump.
Hit off stump?
Hit off stump.
Who Shane Warne was
Shane Warne was like, what really happened there? And the ball was turning. It was turning a lot. You would have had a
crazy. Well, I saw Carey Pair figures 4 for 8 from 9 overs or something like that.
And he was like the sixth bowler used or something like that.
Well, they got to do something about that. Well, I suppose life is very funny because one or two people are saying, well, you know what, that's good. Let them play on a turner. Let them learn to bat on a turner. But I'm not too sure if you have youngsters playing in this tournament. You really want to develop the youngsters. See, those who look good with a bat, who plays with a straight bat, who you can say, okay, this is one for the future. But to put him on a turner, you're really not helping him. Yeah.
But have you said that, which is precisely what you're saying, and I know you get frustrated when this happened, because look at how Kofi James approached this innings here. He like we said, he survived an early LBW appeal or two, and then he played one nice shot through mid on to get off the mark. But probably the second ball or the third ball he faced.
I think he was the one who
kept playing.
Was he the one who played the on drive as well? I think.
He just from this end, he played a lovely
on drive.
But he never stopped playing shots.
No.
It's almost like he wanted to play a shot
a ball.
Every ball.
Yeah. It's crazy, and you just think, well, hey, you got to respect the bowlers. You got to respect a good ball. You bowl a good ball, and you got to respect it.
And Joshua Bishop. I haven't really checked it, but I am sure he is among the bowlers who have bowled the most overs in this level probably for the last 2 years, 2 or 3 years. Because you remember, even though we weren't seeing some of the games that they were playing, say up at UE, for example,
right?
He was bowling long spells, and so you want to believe over time he is going to develop, as a spinner. You have some nuance about his bowling. So you have to appreciate what he's doing. You have to respect him, even though he's a young man. But he's a bowler that has bowled a lot of deliveries at this level. And Jamal Hamilton, one of my favorite cricketers, is there, cut in, and he's going to get runs, or at least one anyway.
Yeah, he's another one, Jamal Hamilton, who's going to play his shots. I think it just, as they say, Ruskin, and we always talk about it. Shot selection. These guys have all the shots in the world, but you got to know when to play a square cut, when to hook, when to cover drive, that type of thing. When to maybe just lean into it a little more and go onside. You've got to know when to play your shots.
And we've seen some good shots here today, and they didn't try to overhit the ball. They just kind of stroked it, and if they can do that, it tells me that once they select which shot to play, and that's a good stop there. That's excellent cricket. Once again, just moving smartly to his left there is Motara, the little leg spinner.
Now, Ruskin, as we talk about shot selection players, you got a Justin Graves who's played for the West Indies. This is where he should stamp his authority, stamp his class. He's on 35. He should be thinking of 100. That's what he should be thinking of.
And should also be thinking of facing more deliveries.
Yeah.
Because you want to get on strike as quickly as possible. Jamal Hamilton, however, is there. He plays that one defensively to end the over. 16 completed, 76 for 3 now.
Yeah, and Justin Graves really on 35, and you have to think he is the one that should go on to carry this innings. And as we keep saying, you must be looking at in the region of 270. Nice breeze blowing there, the flags.
Yeah, the Queen's Park flag is the West Indies Cricket Board flag, the Trinidad and Tobago. Where is the Queen's Park flag? Don't you normally have your flag up, Colin?
Yeah, we normally have it. I'll have to go and check on that, Ruskin Mark.
I'll have to have a word with Ralphie.
I'll have to have a word with more than Ralphie.
But I know for a fact there is a Queen's Park flag that is normally positioned alongside those two flags. Here's Mutara again, just made that brilliant stop in the field. And here's the other thing too, Colin, in terms of shot selection, and this is, I don't know if it's my fear, or this is one of the little areas of concern that I have, is that with the bonus points, batsmen are going to feel they have to hit every ball for a 4 or 6. You know, and they're going to make or attempt certain shots.
That's not
they
there.
Shouldn't really be attempting.
Yeah,
you know?
I hear you. But again, Ruskin, it's all a matter of planning. You know, how do you approach your innings? How do you approach each bowler? You know, the left arm spinner. Now there's a leg spinner. How do you play the leg spinner as opposed to the left arm spinner? You know, so it's all a matter of planning. I like Justin Graves so far. I like what I'm seeing in his innings. He seems to me to be playing each ball on its merit. If it's there to be hit, what I like about him too, if you notice when he was batting with Kofi James, he was picking up the singles.
Yep,
not that he wanted to give Kofi James the thing. What he was exactly, he was limiting the dot balls, which was important. And so far, I think he's looked pretty good for his 36.
That's well played again. He's just coming onto the front foot and just stroking the ball. Not really doing too much, trying to do too much.
Tell me something, Ruskin. He is on 36 now, or 37 from 39 deliveries. You could tell me any shot that he's played that you remember.
He did play. He played one exquisite extra cover drive. Right. When he started nicely.
Yeah.
Started with a couple boundaries.
But the only reason I'm asking you that is since Kofi James has come in, all he has done is manipulate the strike, which has been fantastic.
And here is Hamilton. Just as we said, he feels that he wants to get on with things here. I mean, that's the way he feels all the time. You know, he's been a real servant for Leeward Islands cricket.
Yeah, he's been around along. He's been around as long as Ralphie.
He's been through the war. He's been through the wars also.
That's very true. So the end of the over, 79 for 3. The Leeward Islands Hurricanes. Graves is on 37 and batting really, really well. I would expect Joshua Bishop will continue. He's had 5 overs, 1 for 16. So going at just about 3 runs and over, which is really good at 3 runs and over. You know, so not looking bad at the moment in terms of his bowling. Bowling a good line, a good length.
Yeah, it is, and I'm really impressed with the bowlers, you know.
Yeah.
I think the bowlers have done a good job because they're not getting that much out of the wicket, but they've been making their own luck.
Well, I think they've done the look again. Graves single off the first delivery.
First ball,
This, you know, I'm very, very impressed with how he's approached this innings. I must tell you, you know, he's working the deliveries. I can't honestly remember him getting a dot ball. I really can't.
Yeah,
since Kofi James has come in,
he's been very much on top of his game here. If he's not going to attempt a big hit, he's trying to get a single.
Yeah, he's working the ball into the gaps. 38 from 40 deliveries.
That's why Bishop is again teasing the batsman here, trying to get Hamilton to maybe play a big one.
Yeah, there's a long off and a long on in place.
That's well bowled. That's going to get runs here. There were a couple if he hurries. They just seem to be settling for one, but there's 2 runs here. Now he's taking the charge, and he's going to get this. And they're going to get a third one too, because the wicketkeeper thought that the ball was going to hit the stumps, but I don't think he needed. Hamilton was well in his crease, so all he had to do was just catch the ball, but he left the ball, and there was nobody backing up. The man was quite here at long on, and they were able to complete the second run. Now here it is. The fielder, Bishop, doing well, stopped the ball, and did the return, and then the wicketkeeper just left it.
Yeah. Awareness, Ruskin. He didn't realize nobody was backing up.
Actually, Mutara was the one who was running down the ball from that short third man or backward point position. He's left-handed, so I think that's the reason why they put him there. He is again going to be called into, actually he's right-handed, by the way.
Yeah, he is right-handed.
Yeah. And but he's moving. He's a good mover in
Single.
the field. Yep.
You notice? Can I point it out to you
It's
again?
another single.
For Graves, 39 from 41 deliveries. It's been really excellent.
And Jamal Hamilton, who's not doing too badly, he's 5 from 10. But he too needs to return the favor. But Bishop again demanding respect here, not allowing them to get away. 84 for 3 now after 18.
Yeah, and again, so much depends on Graves, and I think he would be just hoping that someone stays with him to initiate a partnership, which is going to be important. Hamilton, of course, loads and loads of experience, but I think at times just gets a little bit, how should I put it, rush of blood, impetuous, or wanting to play a shot that is not there for Hamilton, and eventually he succumbs. But let's hope today he settles down with Graves and they're able to build a partnership.
Here's the youngster Morata just forcing him on the back foot. They might get a second here. They think about it and then they decide against it, which I thought was a good decision because the fielder did very well. And Colin, I know you're
suicidal.
I know you're into technology.
Not
these
me,
days.
not me, Ruskin.
And but 174 views, foreign views so far. 4,000 views, I should say.
Oh my word!
Yep.
Well, hello again to everybody.
Yep. hello.
I can't say it 174,000 times, but it's really good to have. It's good to have cricket on and the Super 50. It's just a pity that the Test players and the ODI players. That's a great shot, isn't it?
Yep.
It's too short.
Yep, swiveled in his wicket, and remember his center of gravity is so small. You know, that's like a rank long hop to him.
Yeah. I've never seen you bend so low to play a shot. You couldn't get down so low, Ruskin. But it's okay. I could understand.
If I was pitching marbles, yes.
Well, that was a really good shot. Yeah, I was just making the point that it's unfortunate that the ODI players, more established West Indies ODI players will be away.
Well, that's a good delivery. A little bit of change of mind there from Hamilton.
You're not sure what he was going to do. That's the problem. He never moved his feet. If you look at that shot,
there it is.
Well, he never moved his feet.
Not quite the flag, but it's a Queen's Park banner.
Yeah, that's the.
A little bit of a turn there again now for the young man. That's a googly, and you could just see it hitting the face of the bat and running off on the onside.
I think this outing will do him good. Mutara, sorry. The outing will do him good. You know, he will learn from this series.
Here's what we call a simple leg break action. You know, we have seen a couple other players over the years. That's well bowled again, and no slip involved. And that's 4 runs.
Well, for once, Graves have been beaten. Yeah. No, he was beat. He sort of pushed at it.
Yep.
A delivery. It seemed to be a little quicker and flatter. And he got a little turn. Pity he didn't have a slip. Or Graves could have been on his way.
Clark was trying his darndest there to hold that one in. but it just went ahead of him. Could see Morata, just as you're talking about this outing doing his confidence a world of good, a wicket would be the ideal thing here.
That would be the tonic, wouldn't it?
Yep. Just wasn't to be for him. Try again. Graves wants it, but Jamal Hamilton takes a couple steps and probably then just tells him, you have to be crazy. There's no way I'm getting that single. There 19 overs completed. It's 95 for 3 now.
Yes, and these two continue. Graves, a little bit of luck there, getting the outside edge and going down for 4. But, you know, outside of that, that's his only mistake he's made. Well, I don't want to overstay my welcome, Ruskin, so I will be, I'll be leaving shortly. So
Liam is going to replace me and Vinu.
But that's a very good replacement, actually, Ruskin.
Yeah.
You know, I'm sorry he didn't play when I was captain, and I could have just taken you out of the attack and brought him on to bowl. But these things happen, you know.
I think the board would have investigated that and said, "What is Colin Murray match fixing or something?" Yeah.
I remember you once in Tobago when we went to Tobago. I don't know if you recall that. You were raw into Tobago, and I thought you were going to break down at any time. You know.
We had Clark and what was the other?
I just remember Ruskin Mark. I
Yeah,
can't remember
yeah.
anybody else. No, but it's many moons ago.
Yep.
Many moons ago.
I thought you were worried that if I knocked down one of the Tobagonians, if they'd let us off the island.
Well, that too. That too.
Tobago had 2 good fast bowlers there too. Hall and Clark, I think, were the
Two fast bowlers.
fast bowlers. One was kind of short and brown skin. The other one tall and dark. There's a bit of a misfield, and they're going to get a second run there. Hamilton taking advantage there. But he played it well. He just allowed it to come on to him, stayed on top of it. Because he's not that tall a batsman, he did well to negotiate that.
Yeah, Bishop continues to bowl well. He's in his 7th over, 1 for 23. What I like about Bishop is his variety, Ruskin. He tends to give one a little bit more air. He gets a little turn. He uses the arm ball.
Plus, he delivers some from further back.
Yeah.
He doesn't go right up to the crease sometimes. He just delivers from well in front of him.
Oh my word. He wasn't much of a batsman, Ruskin Mark. 14 innings, 92 runs, Ruskin. That's average 7.66.
I was playing T20 cricket back then.
Oh, Ruskin. I'm very concerned about that. I didn't know it was that. I thought you were a little better batsman than that. I was giving you credit, maybe 12 or so, you know.
How many not outs have in there?
Not outs?
Yep.
Well, I'm seeing 2. Maybe you didn't face a ball. And you had come in, didn't face a ball, and the innings closed. But it's the end of the over. We'll get back to your batting in a minute.
97 for 3 at the end of 20 overs.
Yeah, 92. Highest score of 19 from 14 innings, Ruskin. 19. Where are you going? I'm not finished. I'm not finished with you. Where are you going?
I'm just allowing Liam to come in here.
Okay.
So that when the next over starts, at least we'll have commentators in place.
Okay, and probably a better batsman as well.
Yeah, better batsman. So you could come in here and interfere with me when we're off air.
Okay, Ruskin. I promise I won't do that though. So who's well, Watara is out of the attack, and let's see who's gonna pick it up. They've gone back to some medium pace. Is that it's Clark. So McKenny Clark is back into the attack. He's just had 3 overs, none for 16, and it's going to be Justin Graves. He's on 44. He just needs to carry on. I'm hoping he's going to carry on here, but certainly a good enough batsman. Hello, Liam. How are you?
I'm good.
I'm very happy to hear that. What's your thoughts so far on the proceedings?
Yeah, I think Graves started well early on, played some confident-looking strokes, and slowed down a bit through the middle, as you said, when Kofi James came in, and now when Hamilton's in, he was just a bit a bit more tentative, just trying to rotate the strike, keep things sticking through the middle. And yeah, he's looked confident.
Yeah, he looked good. What I like is like this. He's looking for the runs. I was saying to Ruskin, he's got what, 44 off of 40, 45 off of 46 balls now. And what has been good about him is his rotation of the strike. He's been looking when he can't get the balls to the boundary, and he had one, not a chance, but he got one outside edge off of Mutara, and which went to the boundary for 4. But outside of that, his shots selection has been good. When he can't get the ball in a half volley or thing, he's been pushing it, working it into the gaps and picking up a single. And that's what I've been impressed with so far.
Hamilton, that one was in the air for some time, but just to the left of Jediah Blades. A good effort out there. And in fact, it's a good stop.
Yeah, I think he saved the ring. He saved at least a single.
Let's look at it again. The oval outfield always lightning quick. And
he did well. I think it's safe. Well, there's no replay, no review, from the umpires or a third umpire to review it. But I think a good shot, but it brings up the 100. 101 for 3 now.
And they're scoring quite comfortably. Yes, they've lost 3 wickets, but just under 5 and over. And, going into the last power play, you're pretty happy with that. You want to probably get up to anywhere close to 280 in a 47 over game. Should be a good total, defendable total against a young academy team.
Again, he picks up a single.
Yeah, it's good from Graves. He's just looking to keep things sticking. And, there's bonus points in place for things just like this. There's a bonus point if, I believe, for a 50 over game, if your dot ball percentage is less than 50%, you get a point. So
and that's what he's obviously looking at, because he's limited the amount. I think, when I check back, I think there's only about 2 dot balls that he's faced in the last maybe 4 or 5 overs, or could be even more than 4 or 5 overs.
And now Hamilton doing the same thing. When he can get a ball to put away, he's going to put it away, but so did every day from Clark. He just waited on it and got it wide of the field at point to get another single.
And I think that's the problem internationally with West Indies batsmen, is the amount of dot balls that they face. And, I think that's one of the sticking points here with the Super 50, that they're trying to limit the amount of dot balls being faced. That's a good shot. But here, as we talk about that, as soon as we talk about a dot ball, Graves hits it straight to the fielder. And that's one of the few times that we've seen that. But the end of the over, 103 for 3.
Well, that was a brilliant bit of work from Joshua Bishop at point. He's a left-handed bowler. When he threw that ball to the non-striker's end with his right hand and hit the stump, so that was good. It's going to be Mutara switching ends now.
And I'm a little surprised at that, because he's bowled well, unless they've decided to give Joshua Bishop a little bit of a breather and bring Mutara from this end. But I tell you what, traditionally, the leg spinner's end has always been from the Brian Lara Pavilion. That has been traditionally the leg spinners, all leg spinners coming through the Trinidad and Tobago team, and even playing for Queen's Park. You tend to bowl the leg spinners from the Brian Lara Pavilion end. And it's simply because of the breeze helps them, just drifting that ball away from the right-hander. But let's see how Mutara will do from this, the Jerry Gomez Media Center, or Willie Rodriguez end. And talking of Willie Rodriguez end, he was one of the famous leg spinners, playing not only for the West Indies, but for Trinidad and Tobago and Queen's Park. And was a fantastic leg spinner. You would have been too young, Liam, to see him. I myself was a young man. I would have you know, when he was playing. I remember playing here, Trinidad and Tobago, playing against England. And in those days, it's not like now with the kind of amount of cricket you have. England would tour, and they would play 5 or 4 test matches, or 5 test matches in each of the territories. But before the test match was played, they would play against the territorial team. So the test match would be playing in Trinidad, and they would play a 4-day game against the Trinidad and Tobago team, then play the test match, then go to Ghana, play against the Ghana team. And so it used to be. And I remember him here playing for Trinidad and picking up 5 wickets against England, and was running through the English team. Guys were leaving alone and getting bowled with the googly, and they immediately drafted him into the West Indies team, and he didn't get a wicket. And that's how things play out, you know.
Here's Mutara now. Change of ends. And a good bit of fielding from, is it Akim Ogist at point?
I thought that was a single though.
Yeah, they could have done a bit better. He didn't pick up cleanly, so it could have been a single. Graves would have turned down that. 9 dot balls out of the 19 that he's bowled so far.
That's a good delivery. Pitching, good line, good length. Maybe a little bit of turn, and you could see it coming off the outer part more of the bat than Hamilton, who was well forward. Another good delivery. I'm quite, you're looking at Mutara now. His line and his length has been pretty good.
Yeah, he settled in nicely. First time playing in the Super 50, would have made his debut in his professional debut in the regional 4-day earlier this year for CCC. He's brought into the academy team. That's a brilliant bit of fielding again from Jagisa at cover. Diving to his left and avoiding a single. So that's 4 dot balls in a row now. Encouraging stuff for the academy, and Leeward Islands would be looking at that. He'd be a bit disappointed. But good stuff from Mutara as he's in to bowl his 5th. That one nicely flighted and straight to Jagisa.
And this is not, you have to say, this is not good batting from Hamilton, because he needs to look for the singles. He needs to rotate the strike. He's just playing these drives and picking the fielders.
And that's better. Just working it into the leg side, and this is good running. They're going to get 2. Good work from Graves and Hamilton there.
Yeah, excellent running. I think from the time they played it, Hamilton said 2, and Graves responded nicely. So the partnership there now 31 from 40 deliveries, and the Leeward Islands continue to battle along here. 105 for 3 after 22 overs. So another 25 overs to go, and you have to think the projected score 224. They would be looking for maybe 250 or thereabouts. If they can get more, they would be happy. But I would think from this position, and it all depends on this partnership, because when you look through the batting to come, there's Cornwall, there's Jeremiah, Louis, and after that, there's not very much.
Yeah, it's pretty thin after that. You're right, and I think that's a trend that we see in the academy team as well. You look at the lineup; there's a lot of bowlers in the lineup today. So you're heavily dependent on that top order, and I think Graves really is the man that needs to take them through. I saw a couple of times last year in the Super 50 he would have batted all 50 overs, and it's been a trait of his. He's not been easy to get out, and he's been scoring runs.
Well, again, I made mention of him being a West Indies player. That's a good delivery, good delivery. They have gone up for caught behind, but Pai is unmoved.
Well,
let's have a look at that. Difficult to say, but it did move. Good delivery from Clark. Pitched and hit the seam and probably left Graves. Haven't really seen him being beaten, but that was a good delivery.
Yeah, I think it just came back in with the angle, and Graves thought it was going to be outside his off stump, and it was a good take from Tuckett as well.
But you notice when the ball came into Tuckett's hand or into the gloves, he didn't appeal right away. He appealed after Clark went up. You would have thought normally the keeper goes up right away. So I think he had his doubts.
Yeah, definitely. There was no real immediate reaction. There was a bit of a stifled appeal from the other fielders as well. Clark was the only one who went up. convincingly. He's bowled well in this over.
But you know, bowlers tend to, from the time they beat the bat, they go up for, hey, that's it, that's hit the edge. Or if it hits the pad, it must be out.
Here he is again.
That's a good shot.
Deep point collects. Got 4 outside. Motara down at third man. Nimar Bolden is down at fine leg. Lean at point, deep point, and Jagasa is out at deep square leg.
Jagasa hasn't bowled yet, has he?
No, Jagasa doesn't bowl. He's an opening batsman.
Is he?
Yeah.
This is the Jagasa from where?
He's from Trinidad.
Is it?
Central Trinidad.
Plays for who?
I believe last year he played for, was a good delivery, he played for Central Sports, and
Right.
then he left Central Sports and went to Prisal after that, I think.
Yeah, okay. I'm not familiar with him, the young man. Acting that, funnily enough, it's the West Indies Academy, and I was thinking of the off spinner, Jagasa, the off spinner. But of course, he wouldn't be with the West Indies Academy. Yes, but you know, I haven't. I didn't come in here, Liam, to do commentary. Just because Ruskin Mark was on, they forced me. I don't really like to do commentary with Ruskin Mark, you know, but I was forced. And so I haven't really looked through the teams or anything like that. So I do apologize.
But Jagasa he played for Trinidad and Tobago under 19 for the past 3 years, and he's gotten his opportunity at the academy
That's
level
good.
now.
That's good.
Would have played for West Indies under 15 a while back as well when he was at that age.
Right.
2 Trinidadians are part of this team. Arjun Rambrand's there on the bench as well.
Going down the leg side. Slower delivery from Clark, which is good. He's mixing it up.
Yeah, it's good to show that, you know, in the middle overs he's come in and he's bowled probably 3 out of 6 slow balls in that over. And
107 for 3 from 23. So still what, 24 overs left. But again, I stress on the point that a lot depends on these two. Just as we were talking about the partnership with Kofi James, he started well. But again, his shot selection left a lot to be desired.
yeah, I think you're right. I think if these two could take it down to maybe the 40th over and build a big partnership, get them to around 200 and 200, 180 to 200, anywhere around there. Then you got the last 7 overs. You got guys like Cornwall who, you know, all he needs is about 5-6 overs.
Yeah, and Jeremiah Louis as well.
Yeah, he's also quite aggressive.
Yeah, Hamilton needs to start to find the gaps, because he's pushing that ball straight towards extra cover, short extra cover. And look at it, he's on 18 from 32 deliveries. That's not good.
Maybe he needs to play with some soft hands. That one driven down to Bolden at long off. And they get a single. Bolden, another one of those players who's into the team because of an injury, but he's been scoring a lot of runs. He was a surprise. He was surprisingly left out of the Barbados team. Scored 171 not out in the Super 50, the Bajan Super 50 final.
All right.
Scored 90 in the trials and was unfortunately left out, but gets his call into the academy.
Yeah, it's when they do get the call up, that's when you got to make the most of it. That's too short. He gets away with it.
On the
Wide,
next
but
side though.
we're too short.
Greaves closing in on a half century and has another list day half century. He's been around this level for quite some time.
Hasn't really carried on though, has he? He got into the West Indies team in that tour of Australia where they've won their only test match for the year. They've won 1, they've drawn 2 and lost 6. And he got into the team in Australia, but hasn't really kicked on from there.
Yeah, was left out of the one-day team, and I think this is the format of the game that suits him best. He's a really good one-day player that didn't really.
Surprised he didn't get into the West Indies team.
Well, he's been in and around, and he's not been scoring the runs that we see him score locally, which is a problem with most of the players in the Caribbean. You know, they dominate the regional level, they get up to the international level,
And
they
don't,
can't.
yeah.
Greaves, he's played 5 one-days for the West Indies and an average of 7.
That's just like Ruskin Mark. My word.
He's closing in on his 11th. In fact, his 10th listed half century.
The end of the over. 24 overs have been bowled, 111 for 3. Nelson, as they say, very superstitious number if you're an Englishman. 111. You ever saw the umpire David Shepherd? Yeah.
Is that
an
the
Englishman
umpire
that
that
who
hops
used to
on
be
the flag?
hopping? Yeah, he used to be on the field at square leg, and he was hopping away while the bowler was coming into bowl, because they say that is to until you can get off the 111, you got to hop on one leg. He was a real character, was David Shepherd. Good umpire. We see a change in bowling, is it? Looks like, is it Blades?
Yeah, there's going to be Blades. 4 overs, 1 for 24. Was good with the new ball. A couple of loose deliveries, couple of drives through the covers. But other than that, he did beat the bat a few times.
He picked up a wicket as well, didn't he?
Yeah, he got rid of Mikhail Louis early on.
Yeah, Mikhail Louis.
And he starts off well, an appeal, and Hamilton walks.
Yep. No need for the umpire to raise his finger, because Hamilton says, hey, a good delivery, short, and not a great shot from Hamilton. If you look at this, let's have a look as Blades was short, lifting, and Hamilton actually followed it. And he may have tried to steer it down to third man. A good change of bowling here to bring Blades back into the attack. Shortish delivery. And Hamilton should have just dropped the bat and allowed it to go through, but you could see him at the end, maybe just trying to open the face, guide it down to third man. Well, he didn't guide it down, he guided it straight into the gloves of the wicketkeeper. So he goes 111 for 4, and that's a really good dismissal for the academy, because it sort of brings the all-rounders into play now, in terms of Louis is going to be making his way, I would think.
Nice,
No,
Dimitri
is it?
Adams.
Who is it?
Dimitri Adams in at number 6.
Who is number 6?
Dimitri Adams.
Oh, Adams, right.
To the team.
Yeah, I thought Louis would have been coming in, but because I was saying they were into the all-rounders. But Adams will be making his way in.
Well, just looking at it, this is there's been 91 dot deliveries out of the 154 that we've seen. 145 deliveries now bowled, and I think that's been the biggest issue. 90 dots is quite a lot.
Quite a lot, yeah. Yeah, and that's the issue really that has been plaguing the West Indies batters over the last couple of years. The amount of dot balls. But so Dimitri Adams is in to face the left-hander. Have to wait and see if he can, again, what he would want to do is rotate the strike, give Graves as much as the strike as he can. If he gets the bad ball, put it away.
Dimitri Adams plays a lot of cricket in the US. I know I remember him from somewhere, but into the Leeward Islands team now, not too experienced at this level. But that's, he's a good player. Pretty aggressive with the bat, can bowl a bit as well. And they'll be expecting a lot from him.
Yeah, well, he has the opportunity. He has the opportunity. My word. Was that when Ruskin was batting? You had 9. Oh, I thought it was, you worried me there. I thought it was when Ruskin was batting, you had 9 fielders in the slip region.
That's a beauty of a delivery though from Blaze. Let's have a look at it again. Adams just playing on the wrong line. Not much movement.
Was that a picture of you bowling with 9 slips?
I was
No?
actually batting.
You were batting. Oh my word! I thought you were bowling. I
Well-
gave you. I was giving you credit for that, but I didn't realize you were batting.
No, we needed 34 of the last ball. So that was a good shot there, opening the face through the point region. Bolden gets around and they pick up a few runs. Yeah, we needed 34 of the last ball, and my good friend Chidan Raymond was bowling, and he just told everybody to go into
Go
the
to slip.
cordon. So I hit him for 6 over his head.
Well, that's great. That was good. That was really good. And you taught him a lesson. Says, hey, take that. Nice sunny conditions here at the Queen's Park Oval. Must say.
Son worked into the one side. Teddy Bishop is there, and they can't stop a single.
And the unfortunate thing is, well, I'm now looking at to see. I thought for one moment that the over had come to an end, but there's one delivery left. Because I was saying the unfortunate thing is that he's pinched the strike from Graves, but Graves now should be looking for. He's got 48. Yes, he would be looking for the half century, but if he can just get a single, get the strike, for the next over, so Adams can just have a look at, see what's going on from the non-striker's end.
Yeah, I think you know a lot of coaches tell you the best place to be at the start of your innings is on striker end. You don't want too many deliveries early on. Driving nicely,
Oh,
Greaves.
that's a beauty.
And that one is going to race to the boundary. Bishop not even bothering to go after it, and that is 50. Number 10 for Justin Graves at list A level.
Wasn't that a good shot though?
Yeah,
Just leant into it and hit it superbly to the right of the man at cover. Didn't pass him you didn't go. About to say it didn't pass him too far from him. He was diving, but by the time he put in the dive, it went past him and down to the boundary. But look at that. So his half centuries up. Well played, Justin Graves, 52 from 54 deliveries, and that's telling you just how well this young man has batted.
Yeah, and the other thing is he doesn't overhit the ball. A lot of these boundaries that he's been hitting through the offside, it's just been timing and placement, and just leaning on it when it's over pitched. And other than that, it's been knocking the ball around for singles. And I think a lot of players around the Caribbean who are taking part in this regional Super 50 this year could take note from the way that Graves has batted today.
Well, Liam, I think I have to leave you now. I only came here for a few minutes to say hello. And unfortunately, there's a gentleman who you know very well by the name of Vinud Mamchan. Just wait on this delivery. Just took off his earphones and the mic and just handed it to me and told me sit down. So, and of course, I got no support from Ruskin Mark to say, no, leave the man, he just came to relax. Ruskin Mark gave me absolutely no support. Here's a quick run, he has to hurry. Oh, he didn't pick it up. But that's well, that was a tight one. The good thing is, Graves responded right away to the call from Adams, but it was close. Had he picked it up, boy, could have gone any way.
Yeah, and Aki Mogi's usually a good fielder, and you would think that if he picked up that ball clean, he was going to hit the stumps. And but good from Graves. It was Graves who really manufactured that single with his calling. Adams got to the other end, but that's what you always hear. You know, people say you get the ball, you rush the quick one, and you put pressure on the fielding team, and they're going to make a mistake, and that's what happened there with Aki Mogis.
Well, didn't find the gap there, but you could see Graves trying to find the gap, just kind of opening the face slightly when he went into the drive. But should have been trying to get it past cover. If he gets it past cover, it could certainly go down to the boundary.
Driving nicely this time, but once again straight to the man at cover. There's Rivaldo Clark there this time. Jagisar is down at deep cover now.
Not a bad over. The young man, he continues to bowl pretty well. That's what, 5.5 overs, none for 24. So going at what, just four and over?
Yeah, you want some wickets though.
Yeah.
As a leg spinner, you always want wickets. He's an aggressive type bowler. This time down to Jagisar at sweeper.
Not afraid to give it some easy.
No, he isn't, and that's what I like about him. You know, he's always looking to take wickets. He's looking to make things happen.
Well, Liam, I'm going to take my leave. It's been nice here chatting with you guys. I know you're working very hard. Well, most of you will be working very hard. Some just looking at their phone and having a good time, looking to see what he can find. But I'm going to take my leave. So thank you very much, guys, and enjoy your day and enjoy the cricket.
There's not much I could say about that on screen at this point in time as Blades comes back into the attack, and that's a good delivery, but beating the fielder at a point for a single. .55 or 59. It's been a good innings from Justin Graves. Needs to carry on though. You always see, Graves get to this 50 and get out. 10 50s and just 100 at this level. He'll want to get his second this day 100 today. Looking at his list A career here, and he's picked up the 10 50s and 100 and an average of 32. Decent average. You still want to improve on it, He's the type of player, he's batted at all positions really for Barbados and now for the Leeward Islands. Played for the Windward Islands as well. He's batted from 1 through 6 for his entire career. As I welcome Vinod Mamchan.
Thanks a lot, Liam. As Colin was making his way out, I saw there was an image on the screen. I don't know. Oh, there it is. And wow, this was a match on the weekend, on Sunday actually, in Trinidad. And the man batting is the man sitting next to me. What's the idea with all those guys in red?
Well, we needed 34, as I said, from 2 deliveries, and my good friend Chedan Raymond, he was bowling, and Leonardo Julian was there, MBK Joseph, all of these guys, and these guys are guys that I thought would have been part of the academy team, but they're playing cricket with me on a Sunday, and putting 9 slips in for no reason, and the ball went for 6. Didn't need any fielders anyway.
Well, it would have been a travesty had you edged a delivery into the slips with 9 men there and no one else on the outfield. So at the moment, you're here at the Queen's Park Oval. It's beautiful sunshine. Slashed down to third man. That's a 1 bounce. So that's 1 more. Score goes on now to 124 for 4.
Former Barbados under 19 captain down there, Nemar Bolden. I'm excited to see what he has to offer with the bat later on. Once we see Blaze, he looks a bit tired into his 6th over. It's a hot day here in Port of Spain, Trinidad. Not sure if
It's been a hot year, hasn't it?
I'm hoping there's not any injury concern. This is 6 now, 2 for 35, a bit expensive. Oh, that's a good delivery.
That delivery, if you look at that last delivery, they had squared him up a bit. Blade put him down in the right position. Look at that. And he was forward, just pushing it away.
You could tell though that Blaze was just a bit tired, not running in with the same energy that we've seen from him usually. Not sure. I know he's been playing a lot of cricket recently. He's been training hard, so it could just be a bit of tiredness kicking into him. Pulled away from Graves, but not really getting the connection he would have liked, and they pick up a single. So that is the end of over number 27. It's 125 for 4, 20 overs left.
Short delivery, and he was getting back looking to pull, and not really getting hold of it. As you said before, I think just a couple of feet either left or right of the field that they had the Graves, that would have gone for 4. And the moment it's 125 for the loss of 4. We've had 27 overs bowled so far, and it continues to be a lovely day at the Queen's Park Oval. And not many people here. I wouldn't even say it's a crowd, but there's a gathering to the bottom of the Caribbean stand. But a number of people are looking on. You know, the figures that Ruskin Mark gave just now, 174,000 people would have viewed yesterday's match. That's the CCC versus, of course, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. And among those viewing that match would have been 2 guys down in South Trinidad who continues to follow the cricket. One is Dave Passad and the other one is Doot. I think they're looking in from 5th Street down there. And of course, the man featuring this is a firm push down the ground. That's one more. One of the commentators making his debut in that game that 174,000 people viewed was one Adrian Boris Barrett. He got off to a fine start, did he? This guy, he has a habit of getting off the fine starts. Test century on debut. ODI century on debut. And I'll give him 100 for yesterday's performance in the combo.
Good delivery there from Zishan Mutara.
You know, yesterday morning, as Mutara continues here from the northern end. So what is happening here, Liam, is getting the ball to drift like that because of the very strong wind that is coming from the eastern side of the ground. So it's drifting away. And on pitching, of course, it's turning back. And that has created a bit of a problem. Yes, 2 for 36. No, that's Jedediah Blades has 2 for 36.
I think Mutara has none for 25, I believe, in his 6 overs, none for 26. Good delivery again. Just on that off-stump line. Dimitri Adams, looking at his minor league career. He plays in the minor league in America, in the US. Not much runs to his name. High score 44. An average of just about 14. Just about 15, so you want to improve on that. 19 wickets. Right on off spinner, I believe.
Just slowing down that one up. Just allowing it to grip on the track. And it's the end of the over. So at the end of that over number 20, it's 125 for 4. Remember, the game has been curtailed a bit. It's now a 47 over affair, and that was due to some wet patches on the southern end of the pitch, the run up from the southern end. Don't know where that rain came from though, because we haven't been getting much in terms of moisture here in Trinidad and Tobago. I think the entire water table in the country is low, and this is why you're getting dry pitches.
Well, with Blades off the field, Johan Lane comes into the attack. Lane bowled well so far. 3 overs, 1 for 17. Picked up the wicket of Chesney Hughes, the controversial type wicket with when Tucker took the catch.
But what was Tuckett doing in resting his hands on the ground? I think at the point in time, Ruskin Mark was only saying he was having a rest. But here's Lane. Starts with a good line. Just looking to push it across the left-hander. And Adams just allows it to go by.
One thing about Colin Bowen Tuckett, he's one of the best young wicketkeepers around in the Caribbean, and he's definitely someone to work with. And as we keep mentioning, he's someone that wants to add more runs to his game, and he's been doing that in recent times. He's been batting at different positions, driving, and first slip would have gobbled that one up. And while Bolden does the fielding on third man. So that brings Graves into strike, 58 of 66. He's going to look for more now. So, as I said, approaching that, well, not really approaching, he's still quite far off it, but he'll be hoping to get that second list day 100. So guided down to Ogis to fumbled it a bit, but slowed it down, and Jarissa gets the ball in.
Speaking about Bowen Tuckett, he's now a wicket keeper, but I think a couple of years ago he did put water in the eyes of the under 15 Trinidad and Tobago cricketers. I think there were two guys at the crease in the final over. Tuckett was a bowler then, and if memory serves me right, as this is played away, just one bounce to that third slip, and there is no run. So he's just angling the ball across the left-hander, which is a good line to adopt. Yes, I think you were involved in that last wicket partnership. And Trinidad and Tobago needed only 4 runs. What happened?
We needed 6 of the last over and got a single of the first ball, and I don't really want to talk about what happened in the rest of the over.
Well,
Tuckett ended up bowling 3 dots, and then he picked up a wicket.
was that wicket yours?
It was not. I did not get back striking that over. So, good bowling from Lane here. Dot balls is something that we keep stressing about throughout the entire Caribbean. It's an issue that everyone has. The ability to rotate the strike, the ability to play with soft hands or drop the ball and place the ball to the right or the left of a fielder. Too many dot balls, and then you see that something like that would happen. 2 dots in a row. Got a short ball and try to uppercut it with a deep third man and a deep point out, and you get another dot ball, or sometimes it ends in a wicket. So that problem continues to happen, but as I said, it's not gonna happen overnight, and the bonus points that have been put into place is really helping that, because you still see a bit more intent to rotate the strike.
And that's the idea. You know, I always say you don't just turn up one day and just beat people. First, you must compete. So even with this new process CWI has put in place through Operations Director Miles Bascom, it will take time to bear fruit. But you're seeing the intent, which is the first thing you must see, an intent. There must be an intent to do something before you can do it. This is just caressed through the offside and a misfield.
Andrew Rambaran there is on as a sub for Blades.
Andrew Rambaran has caught the attention of the cricketing public here in Trinidad for his exploits as a young cricketer. Has been the best of the lot for Trinidad over the last, I would say, 3 years or so.
It's a poor delivery from Otara, a rare bad delivery. It's down the leg side, it's running close to the boundary, and Teddy Bishop gets it back in. So it's going to be a wide, is it? Or is it going to be leg buys? Wait. In fact, it's runs.
Is that umpire Raj Kumar?
It is umpire Raj Kumar.
Prides himself as a bodybuilder. Umpire Raj Kumar. You wouldn't want to meet him in an alley.
They pick up 2 there. Yeah, Ramran, you're right. He's been number 1 in terms of Trinidad and Tobago on the 19 players in the past 3 years, maybe. And yeah, glad to see him getting his opportunity. Not in the playing 11 today, he's on as a sub, but I'm sure when he gets his opportunity later down in the tournament, he's going to give it his best and do good. He's been in good form.
You know, was it this year he was Youth Cricketer of the Year?
Yeah, this year and last year.
Well, that backs up my point. Wonderful player.
And with both bat and ball, and he's also a good fielder. He's the complete package as a cricketer. Left-hand batsman, left-hand orthodox bowler.
There he is, Rambaran, man who hails from Piaco in Trinidad. It's driven firmly. Otara can't stop it. So that's one more. So continues to be very hot here at the Queen's Park Oval. But I think the players, though, there is a level of comfort under the heat because there's a wind. And once there's a wind, as evident by the rustling of the national flag at the far end, I think it should be pretty okay.
Yeah, it should be. As Lane gets ready to bowl his 5th over.
That's 4 overs, 1 for 19 thus far. I want to thank Liam for being with us for the last 10 overs or so, and we welcome back the former Trinidad and Tobago fast bowler, Ruskin Mark, who will be coming in very shortly. Celine from the far end. CG United Super 50 Cup on the way. It's been a success so far in the early stages. Just outside the off stump. So Lane switching ends, but again finding right areas on this track.
Yeah, he's done well. He's really accredited himself very well. In fact, a lot of the bowlers have really done the business. An indication that that 3-week camp that they had in Antigua is really paying off dividends for them now. Because most of them have come and they've been, they've been able to do what I'm sure the coaches have instructed.
Just played away into the gap and into the boundary for 4. He actually was able to beat about 3 men there, Ruskin, getting it into the gap between what is a third slip and a gully, and also beating third man into the boundary for 4.
Really, he really was flirting with danger there, but he got it nicely into the gap. As you said, there is a third man who is fine, and then on the boundary that is, and then you have these 2 catchers. One, what would be a third slip, second slip, and then was more like a 4th slip. And he was able to pass right between the 2 of them. And but I'm sure those 2 would be licking their chops there to see if he will try and do it again.
Lane. Short, pulled away. Protection down a deep backward square.
That's a good shot. He was into his wicket quickly. And really rolled the wrist on it and got it down to the backward square. Only got a single for it, but I'm sure you'd have been hoping to get a few more. Scored inches along now, 134 for 4.
Lane, a wiry figure. Get short, bad delivery, pulled away, and it goes into the boundary for 4 at mid-wicket, and that delivery needed to be punished there, Ruskin.
Yeah, he was asking for trouble there, and a short ball probably didn't get up to the height he wanted it to, but Graves is such good nick right now, able to stay on top of it and really crushed it. The score is now 144 for 4. And so they're moving along, trying to pick up the pace here now. We're in the 31st over.
Slow delivery, finding the edge.
That's very well bowled. Again, I think he deceived Graves there. Had him reaching for it, hit the edge. No slip involved. And even if there was a slip, I'm not quite sure he would have carried, but good delivery.
Well, it was a slow delivery, and this is why it didn't even travel to the fence down a third man. It gave the third man field enough time to run across, and he was able to retrieve that. So 145 for 4.
A lot of thought going into the bowl. As this one is in the air, this could be dangerous. He's going back, and he just couldn't hold on to it. He didn't seem as if he was ever fully in control of his faculties there, going back to try to get to that one. And in the end, the ball hit his hand and bounced away there. Reneko Smith.
Smith never looked confident at all. It was as if he was searching for the ball in the air, and it fell, of course, it was falling, always falling behind him. And the left-hander lives to fight another day.
Yeah, so 147 for 4 at the end of that over. A little bit of an eventful one because we had that edge ball that went between into the gap, went for a boundary, and then we had this attempted pull shot that just went straight up and wasn't accepted. But it was always going to be a tough catch because it went up at that angle. You could see him turning and twisting, trying to find it in the air, and then had to put in the big dive. And Matara will continue, yet to get a wicket. 8 overs so far, 32 runs, make it 33 completed, conceded in this spell, or in this inning so far. I think the one thing with him though is he probably needs to find a way to get a little more spin, a little more turn off the wicket. Does have a nice high action. But I don't think he moves the ball off the wicket as much.
In the air, top edge, but falling safely. Yes, Matara has an economical action, Ruskin. You get the idea that it's a simple action, and with an action like that, you tend to think he can bowl 40 overs a day.
Yeah, because it's a repeatable action. You know, the mechanics are good, and so he's just able to wheel the hand over and try and put it on a spot there.
I like the areas that he's bowling. He's bowling good areas here today.
And that's a good shot again. He's only going to get one though, because that's excellent fielding out in the deep here. But once again, attacking the ball and not allowing the batsman to dictate. And that's Blades. He seemed to have hurt himself in some way. He's not 100%. He seems hobbled out in the outfield.
Timing that at all.
And he gives it away because the return is not a good one.
Laying there. I don't know what he was thinking.
He just gifted them a single. Yes, Matara not happy. Because what should have been a dot ball, this is now 151 now. So 150 on the board. stifled appeal there, but was always going down leg side. I don't think he had a real shout there of getting that wicket. Probably appealing more in hope than anything else. A leg by to end the over, and at the end of it, it's 152 for 4.
Matara continues to bowl well, 9 overs, none for 36. You'll take that any day, Ruskin, in a limited overs cricket, especially
As a leg spinner.
Yep, and in instant cricket these days.
The one thing about his bowling, because he doesn't like spin the ball that much or turn it, when the happy hour comes around, he could be one of the bowlers that they will target to try to score quickly off of, because they will take chances against him. He might get wickets, but he could also go for a bit. So I'm happy that he's bowled out well, because because of the reduction in the overs, 2 bowlers can bowl 10, and 3 others can bowl 9 each, or any combination of that. But nobody else could bowl more than 9 overs. So 3 of them can bowl 9, and so I want to believe if Motara has bowled 9, whether or not they will let him go one more.
Well, they have that option with 2 of the bowlers.
With 2 bowlers, 2 bowlers can bowl 10, and 3 can bowl 9.
More leg spin.
Mm-hmm.
And that's Akimugi's into the attack.
So another little wrinkle here. Again, Graves just continues to chug along here. 1 to 70 now, so he must be thinking in terms of a 100. In fact, I think the situation dictates that he gets 100. 70 from 79 deliveries.
He's done well. He's done really, really well, and he'll want to go on to get that century.
And the thing is, when you play limited overs cricket, because you can score so quickly sometimes, I don't think he needs to worry about whether the overs will run out or anything like that. He just needs to keep pushing and I suppose look around for any over or 2 where he could probably score big runs in that over, 10, 12. And when you look up, he's on 100.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
I always tell people that Larry Gomes used to go out there without the intention of scoring a single run. He went there to face 200 balls, and when he looked up on the scoreboard, more often than not he saw a century.
Yep, Larry was good at manipulating the bowling. He would just nudge, open the face, very risky when he played. And that's because he gripped the bat a lot of times with the bottom hand very low down. And that's really naughty there. He was just flirting with danger there. Dimitri Adams.
Adams' innings has been chancy. Hasn't settled really.
Yeah, he just seems as if he wants to try to get on with things, but without really giving himself the opportunity to play himself in and then try to blossom. That ends the over. It also gives them a chance for a little bit of a refreshment break. And at the end of over number 33, it's 155 for 4. Thank you very much. As we welcome you back here to the Queen's Park Oval. This, of course, is CG United Super 50 Cup action. And we're only too happy to be able to bring you the action here. Nice, bright, sunny conditions here at the Oval. And I think many of you may be wondering why we had a reduction in overs, but that's because there's a little bit of an issue with the outfield, but it's dried off quite nicely now. And we have 47 overs, so keep that in mind. It's 47 overs a side. And as we were saying, 2 bowlers can bowl 10, and this is Marathon, his 10th over. So he's going to finish up here quite nicely. When you consider, Vinod, that he came on as the 5th change bowler, and he's going to finish over number 10, the first to 10. And
He's bowled well though, and I could see why. He's kept it tight in the main. Probably a little unlucky at times.
yeah, he did it at the edge of Graves' bat, and it didn't have a slip. So he survived that one.
Badly lined. This is running close to the boundary. I don't think it has the legs to get over the ropes.
And again, this is not ideal running. They could easily have forced a third one because the man at fine leg had to come from he was more deep backward square or a little bit there, and that ball was almost straight behind the wicketkeeper, and they only ambled 2 runs. They could easily have forced a third one. Get Graves back on strike. And here is a peach of a delivery.
Pulling inside the line, the Adams in the end. Well, he wanted us to believe that, but that one went the other way. That was the wrong one. Showing his variety up to the last over.
Mutara again doing well, and I don't think they would have been able to execute the run out there by Auguste, but there was the batsman still had to commit to the single, and it did. Pushes the score now to 160 for 4. As we said yesterday, you got 160 or no, 180, you would have been happy with that. Here, I think you need 200 or more to feel comfortable.
Yep.
As a defendable total.
They've held the nerves nicely. The youngsters, they haven't been overawed by the situation.
So good cricket again, good tumbling save here to deny them the opportunity of a single. So Mutara ends his spell, 10 overs, not for 41.
Yeah, that's excellent by him. He's done his job. He's taken 10 out of the 47. As Ruskin said, 2 guys can bowl 10. And, I think he'll be pleased with his performance. Probably thinking, well, a little luck he might have gotten a wicket or 2. But in the main, he has kept his team right in this contest by restricting the Leeward Islands Hurricanes to 100 at this point in time, 160 for 4, 13 overs to go. And any predictions, Ruskin, as the final score?
Well, I won't believe. I would hope that Graves could get to his 100. That's kind of like the first thing I want to. And but they're gonna have to attack somebody. Has a ball peeling off the edge again.
I think he has all the garlic in his pocket.
Adams is just throwing the bat at the ball. But I would think once Graves stays there, and if he can get to 100 and find somebody to stay with him and help to score quickly, then I don't see why they can't get 230, maybe 220, 230. And this is what the academy players have to be mindful of. You don't want to gift them, easy runs.
I think a score of around 220 will be challenging here. Again, given the fact that the Leeward Islands has an experienced bowling attack, the youngsters don't have that experience. They're here to gain experience.
But to their credit too, Vinod, over time they've really put fear into some teams because they've really batted well
we've
on
seen
occasion.
That, We saw that in the Regional 40 tournament more than anything else.
They've gotten some useful contributions with the bat. And this is where Graves has to kind of take charge of the innings. He has to dictate how this innings goes from here. And if he wants to up the tempo, he's going to have to show that intent as well without taking too many risks. Because left up to Adams, Adams will probably try to go about it in a different fashion. He may think because Graves is only rotating the strike, he may feel the pressure is on him to score the heavy runs. There he goes again. Yeah, Bolden was the man on the field there trying to get to that one. No luck though, that was hit hard. Again, a little bit of turn there, just kind of forcing Adams to make a quick adjustment there, and in the end he just played it out. So that ends another over. At the end of it, 35 going now. It's 166 for 4.
So 12 overs to go. And the Leeward Islands Hurricanes will be looking to push on here. Now they've lost 4 wickets. Graves has been in there for quite a while. He has a 73 of 86. And Graves has done, Ruskin, what has been a problem in West Indies cricket. He's trying, at least he's showing differently here. He's rotating the strike. It's eliminating dot balls. Because if you look at him on the surface of things, you look out there, you wouldn't really say that Graves has bashed the bowling all over the park. But yet when you look at his stats, 73 of 85.
He's done well. He's read the game. He's read the situation well. He just needs to finish it off. Yeah, he's done all the hard work. And Bishop is back. Missing out on a little bit of a gift there from Bishop outside the legs. Couldn't take advantage.
It's pushing it and taking off quickly. Good running there.
He continues to rotate the strike. So he's inviting the other batsmen to do their bit, try and bat around me, so to speak. Because he's well set, but also he's been there from the very beginning. And this one could be out caught, and he is. Again, he just threw the bat at it. Didn't really get his foot to the pitch of the ball and spooned a simple catch to that short third man position. He goes for 26. It's 168 now for 5.
Well, his Locker finally running out. Joshua Bishop going full and wide. There was that backward point in place. Threw the bat at it, as Ruskin said. No footwork. He was getting nowhere close to that. And for once, someone held the catch. He has to leave, and the youngsters would enjoy that because that was a very good partnership. And Adams, although he struggled at times, got his 26 of just 32 deliveries. And what I think could work here for the Leeward Islands, Ruskin, with just over 10 overs to go, is that the big man Raheem Cornwall is coming in.
Yep, and he's so flexible in the batting order. You could bat him on top, you could bat him at the bottom, put him in the middle, and but we'll see. Let's see if he could stick around for a while.
Well, my question to you, Ruskin, is how will he complement Graves? Graves has been rotating the strike, and we all know Raheem Cornwall you would not go to the Olympics and see him in a 100-meter race.
No, but he could certainly light up the place for you, bring that level of excitement to the game.
But the rotation is what I'm thinking about.
In terms of quick singles,
quick singles, Graves has been doing that. He has been taking 1s and 2s, will that now also put pressure on the Graves at the other end to make him look to play shots now?
Well, it's going to be interesting. Well, I think he has to wait to see how successful Cornwall is.
First delivery, very close to cut, but again, bat speed was very quick there. He go down on that pretty quickly. Get it down to backward point. Saw him recently at the Atlanta Open about 2 weeks ago, Ruskin, and he was playing for Kingsmen, the team that lost the finals. And oh my goodness, did he hit some big sixes out of the ground at Paramview Sports Complex. Some of the biggest sixes the people there would have seen, and they really admired his stroke play. At the same Atlanta Open T20 tournament about 2 years ago, he scored a double hundred. That's how good the man is in terms of firing.
That is well played again, Graves, and Bishop almost got a touch onto it, and might have even deflected onto the stumps.
Well, he's showing Graves that he did get a touch.
So a nice powerful shot. 170 for 5 now, or 171 for 5 at the end of 36.
Graves will keep the strike. 11 overs to go. And Cornwall here, if he fires, he can bat the Academy out of this game here.
Yeah, they really need these two to put something significant on the board. And doesn't matter if they use up the rest of the overs, but they just need to get the scoreboard ticking over a little bit now. Now is not the time to say, muck around. You want somebody who could come and do a job for you. And the job is get some quick runs.
Graves is on 75.
And well, it's fielded but it was straight at him too. Bishop was just bowling a short while ago, and now he's fielding.
Well, he threw his bat away there, Graves, because he knew that he had missed out there. Had that been a meter or two to the left or right, that would have sped away to the boundary.
It really left the bat with that sweet sound, that nice beefy sound. Again, trying to force the issue.
And then we nearly took off for a quick single and then looked up. Saw Rakeem Cornwall and decided against even trying.
So that's where the concentration is going to be now, because he's now thinking for two.
Yep.
Because he knows that he could make his ground. He's not sure if his partner at the other end will make his ground in time.
Well, you don't want Rakeem Cornwall getting run out. In this situation, you need him.
So well played, and good cricket all around, good fielding also. Check this out.
Well, Cornwall is on strike now. The security guards in that position at long on, they may want to just be a bit aware. They're closing the gates there, but I don't think that will help if he fires.
I need to get a missile defense shield.
Yeah. Let's see.
Now again, Cornwall just standing up. Now I think they're going to throw at his end, the end he's running to every time.
Yeah, I think Graves would know that once Cornwall is there, he would not get run out. Because they're not going to throw at his end. Why should they? Trying to get the big man out.
They're
Because
trying to speed him up at least.
if the big man stays in there, it could be problems for them.
This is what they have to be very careful of here now. Not everybody has to be reading the games, and I would think the fielders must be on their P's and Q's here because they may think they have a run-out chance at any time. Graves has been pinching some well-judged singles, but who knows? Nothing singular about that. He wants to get as many as possible, but he'll have to settle for one. There's a man at that big, deep point position coming around to do the fielding.
Owing to his field, so to speak, blades. And sometimes I've seen Raheem Cornwall at times put away very good deliveries too. He's just that type of player.
We'll see if he's able to reproduce something like his best form here. Trying to reach that delivery outside the off stump there.
Good option there by Blades. With Raheem Cornwall, you want him playing away from his body. You want him stretching. You want him moving. You want to move him because you're always thinking that his movements are restricted.
Yes, he's certainly not the most agile of batsmen, but you can't really rule him out. He may just be able to do enough by way of sprinting. 173 for 5. So Graves it is who's back on strike. And as has happened so often, he finds a way to rotate the strike, get us an easy single. So now with Raheem Cornwall back on strike, we're not seeing any significant change to the field. There's a long off, long on. So there's an opportunity now for him to really get on with things here.
Well, that should have been a single, but he's going to make up. He's going to try to make up for that.
And you could hear the volume increasing when he hits the ball. He really is a big human being.
He is. In your time playing for Trinidad and Tobago and playing regional cricket, Ruskin, who might have been the biggest player?
That's why I played again. For Trinidad and Tobago, you think of somebody like Richard D'Souza, who was a very stockily built, like chubby type person. So Richard D'Souza. But then you had people from other islands who were not that built that way, but who were more chiseled, but they were huge players. And you think of somebody like an Andy Roberts, was when you stood up next to Andy, then you realize how big he was. You know, he when he stands among trees, he doesn't look that big. But if you stand next to him, you realize at the time how much of a chiseled person he was. 174 for 5 after 38.
And on the Trinidad and Tobago team, Ranji Nanan was described as burly.
Ranji was big. Yeah, Ranji. But Ranji was the biggest of the lot, so to speak. I'm trying to figure out who we'd have had. Like I said, Richard D'Souza was fairly well built as well. But not much else. Most of the other cricketers of the islands were slim and, you know, athletic build type players, but not too many of them carried extra weight or anything like that. But if they did, they certainly handled it a lot better. So Graves just milking the ball in here, not really allowing any of the bowlers to just dictate to him. He's able to pick up pinch singles all around.
The way he plays, though, could also work in favor of Raheem Cornwall and what is his ambition, because he will get off strike. That's one thing. Whether Raheem Cornwall can support him in getting off strike is another thing. So Cornwall will get balls to face that he could try to do some damage.
Let's see what he does here now.
Oh, I thought I was unlucky. Let's have a look at that again. I thought I was just inside the line. Of course, the line is not law. It's just there to guide the umpires.
Well, of course, Raheem Cornwall was standing more on middle leg stump and trying to reach a delivery that was pitched up way outside the off stump.
No way Raheem Cornwall was going to reach that. He would have needed an Uber to reach that. It's a good tactic against the big man.
This line is short. They're asking for trouble. Luckily for him, he has protection out in the deep.
Yeah, he's lucky there. That could have easily landed in the stands.
So much possibility when he's batting. So Graves is back on strike now. So let's see if he can muster up a boundary or two here, just to get the oval, set the oval alight, but also get the innings, that much needed boost at the tail end there now.
Nice shot through the offside.
But just the one.
Yep. With Adams in, he might have ran a bit more aggressive on the first run, looking for the second, but I think he understands what's going on there.
Should be tired too, because he's been running a lot of singles.
80 of 94.
Mm-hmm.
Now remember, if the Leeward Islands in the last power play here, if they can keep the dot ball percentage under 50, there are bonus points to be had.
Yeah, and if the batting team now can do a business in the last 10, or in this case in the last 9, if they can, if somebody batting at this lower down the order, and if Cornwall could get 50, they will get a bonus point as well for that. So Blades is going to continue. He's bowled him. Well. Right through the gate.
Beauty, that came back into him. And that, to me, Ruskin, is a very, very crucial blow. And it will keep the youngsters in this contest.
Well, it is a good delivery. It was an excellent delivery. Just coming back at Cornwall and getting right through the gate. So he goes for 3 bowled neck and crop by Blades. And we now reach 178 for 6 now. So Graves is 80. He's finding himself where they have another 9 overs and 1 ball to play with. I don't know how much he could convince the new batsman to help him get to this 100. But that's a beauty of a delivery coming back. I think he was playing to see if it straightened on him, and it never did. It just went with the arm and went right through the gate.
Well, it's going to be the new man in, just trying to figure that out. There's always this part of the Trini Posse stand that extends in front of the scoreboard, and it only blocks out the information that you require at a certain time. It's as if the stand moves.
Yep, but it's still there. This is Clark.
Clark.
Yeah. Jail Clark. So he waits now and has a lot of room in front of him. And thinking of a quick single.
I think the attitude that Clark might have is just to get off strike, give it to Graves, who has been in there for quite a while. But what would now be the approach of Graves? Do you think that century is weighing on his mind?
Well, it shouldn't, because one, he's a long way away from it, and he's had few alarms in this innings, so he should be just batting, trying to play ball in merit, and take what they give you. In fact, he should be. I believe he should be forcing the tempo now, to some degree, even if he's just gonna take one, but take one and look for two. Take two, look for three. You know, put some pressure on the fielding team. Try and keep things out as much as possible. 178 for 6 now. 38 completed. And Bishop is back. Normally you'd say Bishop is back. You're thinking of Ian Bishop taking a new ball.
Yes.
You know, Joshua Bishop. He did take the new ball today, but the ball spin. They're thinking of a second, they're going to have to worry about that, and they do, and they decide against it.
It was a weighted shot. You can see the intention because deep mid wicket had to come off the boundary. And Graves on that occasion, just look at, he was just waiting the shot. Speaking of Ian Bishop, I did pay us a visit yesterday at UE. And I was very happy to see he was there with his wife and his daughter, who has now taken up cricket. And would you believe she's a fast bowler?
There you go. Runs in the family. And you could just hear the no being shouted in the distance as they were thinking of a second run. No run. No additional run, I should say. So it remains 180 now for 6.
Sensible. And this is what he has been throughout this innings here, Graves.
Now let's see if they're able to defy these youngsters here now. They've kind of put the brakes on them to some degree. They haven't really been able to get away much. This man Bishop is right on target for them. This is the end of the over. And of course, 40 overs completed now. It's 181 for 6.
So Bishop becomes the second bowler to complete 10 overs. 2 for 31 of his 10. And he'll be very happy, I think, with that, Ruskin.
So now they kind of look to see where they could get some good overs here. 181 for 6. 40 overs completed. So we're on the home stretch, 7 overs to go. And a chance here now to maybe pull the choke here, but Graves don't want to give it away. He's well set on 82. So Lohan Lane gets the ball, so he is hoping that he could do some damage. They were going to bring up the mid-on and the mid-off, or rather they're going to bring up the third man and the fine leg. They brought up fine leg instead. And immediately it's a wide. Ball played down that leg side. So Graves is on 82. Jael Clark. A wide signal there first up, so he's going to have to bowl that over. Johan Lane. It's bowled very well so far today. Good sensible cricket again, just to get Graves back on, or get Graves just trying to keep the rotation going. Jay Clark. A lot of discussion, I'm sure, taking place between the two batsmen, thinking of a run. They could just push and run. And that has all the bad things about it, that shot. He could so easily have gotten out, which meant another new batsman would have been invited to the crease.
Are you surprised though, Ruskin, that Blades wasn't kept on?
Yeah, I was surprised. Even from earlier today, I thought he could have gone through his innings. He's bowling well enough. I suppose it just gives the umpire that little, the captain rather, that little extra that he could call on him at any time maybe. So you don't want him to bowl out everything. But he's done well. So too has Johan Lane. Still these youngsters battling away here. Nice hot, humid conditions at the Queen's Park Oval.
Yeah, it's gotten humid, and that's the energy sapping part.
So this is where your mechanics comes into play. Because if the mechanics are not off, you're going to be burning up so much more energy in the hot sun because you're going to be trying to keep things tight. And there's another opportunity here, but the appeal goes up, not out, says the umpire. Lane asking questions here.
Lane has done good throughout the day. Let's have a look at his figures. 1 for 34, he's in his 6. It does not reflect just how well he bowled. I thought he was a bit unlucky.
Yeah, he certainly has been keeping the batsmen honest. In fact, he's been keeping them more than honest. He's keeping them quiet to a large extent, other than the singles that are being pinched off of them. So now McKinney Clark is going to continue, or going to pick up the attack rather from the commentary box end, or the northern end. Driven nicely down behind point. They're going for one. They might think of a second, and they'll get it too, because by the time the fielder corrals the ball, more than enough time for them to complete 2 runs. So a little bit of an adjustment in the field here now. Man running over from backward point to a short fine leg. So now he's asking him to come a little finer. There is a deep square leg, a deep mid-wicket, and a long on. Those are the men out on the onside. And he sends a slower delivery, but it's a wide.
Let's try to direct that on the stumps, slipping down the leg side. 186. The Leeward Islands would think that 220, 230, they're still in this game.
So it's always a bit of a balancing act here. Now we're hoping that they could finish up this innings very, very quickly. And I say quickly in terms of run scoring. That's well played. That's going to go close to the boundary, but it won't get there.
Again, another single to Greaves. He moves on now to 86. And it's 187. Clark looking to make a difference here. Looking if they can send Greaves now, that'll be great for them. This is where they need to hold their nerves to the back end of the innings after this over 5 to come.
Yeah, they're running out of overs here now, and that's a testament to the bowlers. They've really kept things tight. And they're gonna have to hurry. If he gets, it was very good thinking there on the part of Clark. McKinney Clark ran down the wicket, picked it up after delivering the ball, and really thought he was in the money here. He had all 3 stumps to aim at.
I think if he had struck that, might have been gone. Yeah.
That
He was making the call.
Yeah, that would have been the big fish too.
No, but in fact, Graves is actually on strike now.
Yeah, he's back on strike, so it would have been Clark running to the non-strikers end.
Running hard, looking for 2 here. Can't get it. Would have been suicidal.
Yeah, and this is the time when the fielders have to step up because they know what the batsmen are trying to do now. They're trying to get as many runs as possible. Now they're trying again to see if they can mix things up maybe. Single, single, single. They wanted 2 or 4 maybe. And another slower delivery. Very wide, but umpire says no, not a wide. Batsman bewildered by it all, but they will accept it. $189 for 6 now. And that's a beauty of a delivery. Kept a bit low, but again, Clark was a little bit loose with his shot making, and Clark has a wicket for the West Indies Academy, and bowled neck and crop for 1. It's 189 for 7 now. So McKinney has come back with a nice wicket. 42 completed now. 189 for 7. So somebody's going to have to come here now and play the innings of a lifetime here. We saw Kimo Paul do it last evening for Guyana. Really give them a big boost. Can one of these lower order batsmen now, Jamal Louis, can he get the job done?
Yep, the brother of Mikhail Louis. Cherry Man burst onto the scene before Mikhail. He is an all-rounder. Maybe looking to land some here. 87 degrees is a number that the Australians don't particularly like.
It's going to be interesting. Johan Lean.
That one coming in with the angle.
Yep. And still making life a little bit uncomfortable.
Jeremiah Louis served Leeward Islands well. Didn't get a West Indies call up as well. Didn't get a play. But has done well for the Leeward Islands over the years. This time he pushes it just a single just before the start of the regional 4-day tournament, and
he wants a single. Yes, this could be a run out, and he's sent back in time.
Better throw would have had him just before, days before the start of the regional 4-day tournament this year, Ruskin. Jeremiah Louis, unfortunately, his house burnt down to the ground in the St. Kitts. Still came out and played and did well.
Yeah, because you know, you just understand the frustrations when something like that happens.
Start, stop.
Just living a little bit dangerously here.
Jagsa not being able to effect the run out there.
Jeremiah Louis. Was a little bit slow in starting there. I think at this stage of the game, you have to be on your P's and Q's. You could be running at a moment's notice.
Well, Jeremiah Lou is a busy cricketer. And you would see that. You will push Graves here.
He's probably going to want to hit a boundary or two, excuse. He certainly would like to get on with things here now.
Yep.
He knows he just has a few overs to play with.
5 of them looking anxious.
And a license. Yeah, he probably has license to go.
There he goes.
And immediately hits it, he starts to run. And he hit it hard to the man at mid-off. And immediately set off. Teddy Bishop not able to effect the run out. But that's always to be expected at this stage of the game here. The level of excitement and the anxiety builds up. Here's a big one. This one is in the air. Who is going to get under it? Bishop is getting there, and then he drops it. Well, well, well.
Graves gets a chance, and when you see the replay, Johan Lane, without even turning back to see who was going to catch the ball, whether it was going to land anywhere close to any fielder, he was already celebrating.
Yep, because he felt certain that he saw the miscue, and Teddy Bishop had to run a long way, but he got there, settled under it, and he couldn't haul it in.
Well, I'd like to see that replay again. It was in the air, he was running back and probably struck the tip of his fingers.
Got a good look at it, and couldn't hold it in. Well, such a bad miss. Will they be made to pay for this now? Because you swore that they got their man there, and that was the big fish.
And it's in the 90s now. Full toss.
And that's the difference because of the attitude of the game now, where they need a run, they need every run they can get. And they're hitting the ball hard and straight to fielders and running. Whereas earlier in the game, they wouldn't even bother to take a run.
They're now forced to push on. Nice slow delivery.
Yep.
Good bowling here by Clark.
Yep, good change of pace and everything. Batsman was through it in a flash. Not sure how if you follow baseball, but last night the New York Yankees got 11 runs,
Well, they don't, but
including a grand slam. And the thing about it is that their bats have been very silent throughout the series. So 11 runs is a major overhaul.
well, I don't really follow it that closely, but I know 11 runs is a lot.
Yep. Including one grand slam by a man who, Volpe, I think is his name, grew up as a Yankees fan. Now playing for the Yankees and hitting a grand slam with the bases loaded for the Yankees, wearing the pinstripes. Stuff of dreams, as they say. That's a short ball, but again, a very well set field. They're going for the second. He's going to have to hurry. The return just not as accurate as it needed to be.
I think a stronger return there might have had him, though.
Yeah, I don't know if the wind or the breeze blowing it that way might have affected him, but you would think from that distance he should be able to get the ball in comfortably.
Nice
Just-
drive.
yep,
Oh,
gorgeous.
beautiful.
Gorgeous.
Beautiful.
Placed it well, more than anything else. He
It's a
placed
shot.
it well.
The shot will pay to come back into the stadium. Lovely shot. Just treading it through the offside. Nice transfer of weight as well. Look at that. Really, really beautiful. And that takes him closer to that century now. 97, Ruskin.
Yeah, he's batted well. He's batted superbly. He's timed this 100 to perfection. He's played each ball in merit. He's put away the bad balls.
On the leg side, had he gotten anything onto that, that might have ran away down to fine leg for 4.
Now again, let's see if they can really get on with the business here, because this is the time of the innings where they really want to be scoring off every ball. And they're not getting too many deliveries to feast on at the moment. Jeremiah Louis and Justin Graves trying something here.
That over comes to an end. 204 for 7.
So these two are big hitters of the ball. They want to try and get on with it. But Graves has a small issue of trying to get to 100 as well. Can't be too reckless. In fact, he just needs to play his usual game, what he's been doing all along. Just rotate the strike.
Well, that strike rotation has worked for him. I think being on 98 now, knowing that strike rotation has been working for you, I think he's going to continue in that vein.
Yep. Now they're trying to see if they could plug some gaps here and just frustrate him a little bit. He's on 98 from 108 deliveries.
Good move here by Teddy Bishop.
Yes, again, they're trying to chop it one. And this is the thing, he's probably going to be in two minds, if he should go full-blooded or if he should just push and run. Because that would have been an easy single if he just made proper contact.
Even if he had gone full-blooded there, Ruskin, there's a
That man at deep
backward,
point.
yeah, deep point is on the boundary. Of course, there's a man sweeping as well. It would have been difficult to pierce those, to pierce the gap between those two fielders. Has to be careful with Blaze bringing the delivery back into him. Gets a single here.
Yep.
So 99.
Still, it's just a single to him. Now it's up to his big partner here now to try and do the business. Jeremiah Louis. And he's gotten it over the head of the extra cover, but 2 runs.
Jagisa quickly onto that, covering good ground. And a good throw as well.
So 7 wickets down. 207 for 7.
More runs here, pushing it in the same similar type region. A bit of footwork there from Is that Bishop down there? Or is it Lane? And they come back for 2.
So there's 2 more to
Back
the
it's Bishop.
score. Yep. 2 more pushing the scoring along. 209 now for 7.
All you can hear sirens blaring in the background. It's just Colin Murray being escorted home to the west of Trinidad, the affluent west.
1 by 1, they're trying to fill the buckets here.
Well, 1 more for Graves will definitely fill his bucket. He's on 99. After this over, there'll just be 2 to go. So we might see a different Graves after that if he gets the single here.
So he is on 99 at the moment, and is on the verge of a proud effort here. Very, very solid effort. One that I'm sure if he can bottle it and take it everywhere he goes, just time this to perfection, but he won't get it there. And he had a chance. He just needed to place it a little bit squarer.
Well, you have to wait a couple minutes again because that's the end of the over, the end of 45, 210 for 7.
Leeward Islands Hurricanes 210 7. Green from 99. Louis, your name?
So I think Graves is at the non-striker's end. He's going to be watching Jeremiah Louis. Down the wicket he goes, that's 6 runs. From the moment it left the bat, he just leant into it, got under the ball, and then you just saw it sail well over the head of the inner ring down to the boundary, well, over the boundary for 6 runs.
Yeah, as you said, you could look at the elevation from the moment it left the bat, and there was that sweet sound as well.
Can you repeat it? So again, Justin Graves certainly has put his hand up here now, and certainly in terms of runs, he's done very well. He's at 200 so far. In first class cricket, 114 is his highest score. In list A cricket, 121 is the highest score so far.
There's Lean bowling to him, and that's it.
Turned away nicely.
Century for Justin Graves. It's his 2nd list A century, following on that 121 that Ruskin spoke about.
So congratulations to him.
You can see they're just back of a length and playing it away very easily indeed. There it is.
So 100 from 112 balls.
It's at 9 half centuries, and that's his 2nd list A century.
So he's going for the 2nd run. They're going to get 2 here now. This is a good time for Jeremiah Louis to try to get as many as he possibly can. A proud moment indeed for Justin Graves. He's been doing this for a while now, so I suppose now he's probably thinking he really has to take advantage of these opportunities, and he's done so today. Not quite sure where Louis was going.
He's just a busybody, you know.
The bowler was converging on the ball, and Louis was still walking towards him. Then he realized, wait a minute, I'm out of my crease. So there's Justin Graves, still deep in thought, probably reflecting on the fact that he has achieved maybe one of his goals that he set for this season, was to get 100. He's done that now.
No. What an attempt at some sort of shot there.
Still can't get it past the fielder, so he was lying down in the wicket, almost looking Babu style, Rohan Kanhai, and he just managed to just get it, to have it trickle to the fielder at short fine leg. So little power he got into it. He remains 17, 100 to Graves, 46 overs completed now. It's 220 for 7.
So 220, they'll be looking to get 10, 15 in this final over.
I did say 220, but they look like they'll likely get a couple more than this. They could get many more. How many more is left to be seen? This is the last over. They got a little message from the dressing room.
Well, Blades 3 for 49 of his 9. Lane 8 overs 1 for 49.
So now it's up to Clark to finish things off here. McKinney Clark, 1 for 38 from 7. And
looking for 2 here.
Yeah, they should get 2. The ball is deep enough. Good return though, but not in time.
I think Pakistan needed a stronger return there.
Yep.
They've since moved them into the 30-yard. They put Lane outside.
So 2-2-2 for 7. Remember that television series, Room 222?
Yes. 222 also represents double Nelson.
And he had to fetch that one again. This is good bowling. These youngsters, as I said, from the very beginning today, they've really come here with a plan, and everyone has been contributing, doing their bit. They dropped a couple catches, but outside of that, they've done exceptionally well. 223 now for 7. And then the final over, first 2 balls only going for 3. Be happy with that. Can you get a dot ball here now? This is hit nicely. That's 4 runs. The fielder was not too far from it, but that had real power behind it.
Clark not happy at all. I thought the fielder did take off a bit late. These are the little things, Ruskin, that can change the result of a game. They want to finish this last over tightly. See if they can keep them down to below 230 psychologically. Keep them into 220, 227 as it is now. 3 deliveries to go.
Yep, with a 2, 1, and 4. And he's going to get 1 here. Nicely played in the end. Delivery right up in the block hole. Again, good thinking there on the part of Clark.
What about Jeremiah Louis? A nice little 22 of just 15.
Yep, he struck that beefy blow there up 2 balls ago. Sure, he would like to get a chance at 1 more. So he's going to ask Graves to get a single if he can get a boundary. He's decided he's going to go long. He's going with the long handle, but again, they don't really connect it as well as he wanted. But he still scampers for a second. Pushes the score to 230 for the loss of 7 now. 1 ball left. 1 legitimate delivery left in the over.
Let's see what Graves can do with it.
Keeps bending over as if he's a little bit winded. Let's see if he could finish it off in style here. And that's a big one. It's going a long way for 6 runs.
big six. It's a full toss. The umpire, they're looking towards the umpire square leg, Raj Kumar. He has indicated that it was under the level of the waist, so it was a legitimate delivery. But what a bad delivery there to end with after all the good work he did, Clark.
Leeward Islands Hurricane goes on 226 for 7.
236 for 7.
Justin Brave cut out 111. Jeremiah Louis cut out 22.
So not out 22 to Jeremiah Louis, and of course Justin Graves not out on 111. And so for somebody who wasn't hitting boundaries or anything like that, he certainly ended in style, as if to say, well, I've done my bit, whatever happens here happens. And he went for the long handle and connected. He got a full toss to put away, pushes the score now to 236 for 7. It means that the West Indies Academy, they will have to get to 237 for a victory. They have all 47 overs to get those runs, and I would imagine Vinod, you would have been happy with Blades. He had 3 for 49, and but Joshua Bishop also bowled very well for his 2 wickets.
Yeah, but Bishop did well. Of course, we had Mutara, the leg spinner, only 36 off his 10. So he was also very good. In the end, you had 111 from 117 deliveries from Justin Graves. Nearly a run and ball ruskin. A run and ball would have taken them to 300 runs. So he will say that, and he could rightfully say he has done his part. Didn't really get the type of support until he had Jeremiah Louis, who gave the innings some impetus towards the back end. So that's the situation here, 236 for 7 after 47. We take a short break. We'll be back for the chase.
We're here with Joshua Bishop from the West Indies Academy. Bish, looking at the team, you're pretty much the most experienced player, still you and maybe Teddy and Hakeem, but what's the vibe around the team, especially with all these new young players around?
Well, the vibe around the team with the youngsters is we bonded together very well. A lot of happiness, a lot of love for each other.
And looking at, some of those younger names, what are some of the players that you think are going to have a good tournament this year?
Well, for me personally, just think the whole group will have a good tournament. But I would say some of the guys to look out for: Young, Zishan Matara, Rivaldo Clark, Jediah Blades, for me.
And this year, a lot of bonus points available, batting, bowling and fielding as well. How does that affect the way that you guys prepare for a tournament and in terms of the way that you guys want to play going forward?
Well, I don't think it will really affect us how we look to play for the tournament. But obviously, it's still an objective for us to hit and look to work towards.
We want to wish you the best for the rest of the tournament. Good luck.
Thanks.
A very good afternoon once again as we welcome you back here to the Queen's Park Oval, where we get ready for the reply by the West Indies Academy. They need 237 for a victory. That's after the Leeward Islands Hurricanes posted a good 236 for 7, punctuated by a splendid unbeaten 111 by Justin Graves. That basically set the tone here for that innings. He batted through the innings, opened the batting with Michael Louis, who made 11. He made 111 and really led the way for his team. Jeremiah Louis was unbeaten on 22 at the end. Dimitri Adams chipped in with 26 as well. So means now that the West Indies Academy, they have a fairly Herculean task here, but like we say, a good start could really set the tone for them. As I welcome back Vinod Mamchan. Good afternoon.
Thanks a lot, Ruskin. Hope you had a good lunch.
Yeah, we did.
Well, it's going to be Jeremiah Louis to the young Trinidad and Tobago. On the 19 opener, Justin Jagisa. A bit surprised, though, because Louis swings the ball prodigiously, that the Leeward Islands didn't start with 2 slips, at least. We'll see how it goes. Here's Louis from the northern end.
And that's well bowled.
I thought Jagisa was a bit late on it.
You could see the movement, a little bit of inward movement to him.
Yep. Louis has been a good servant for Leeward Islands over the last couple of years. And especially in the 4-day format, he has really shown his value.
Yeah, he works, he bends his back.
Jagisa, this time nicely forward. Milton is a short cover, looking for that uppish drive.
Akimo Geist is the batsman at the non-strikers end, looking on.
This time this one moves the other way, and Jagisa just leans forward, gets it down to third man. So he is off and running. Jeremiah Stevenson Louis, man, taking up the attack. Well, he has 151 first-class wickets for the Leeward Islands. Best of 6 for 69 and an average of 25.43, Ruskin. Not bad
Just
at
not
all.
bad, no.
And List A cricket, which is what you're looking at now. In 29 matches, he's taken 25 wickets. Best of 5 for 33. An econ rate of 5.81, not bad at all. An average of 33. So he has some pedigree.
Yeah, he's been knocking on the West Indies door for a little while now. Got selected, but unfortunately didn't get to play. But I suppose just being in the dressing room and being in the program, doing the same things that the test players or the one-day stars are doing, it helps because it kind of opens your eyes to, what is required and what is possible. It also allows you to see how the better players train, how they prepare themselves, what they eat, when they eat, how they just get mentally focused.
Yeah, there's nothing like seeing how it's done. Visual learning, so to speak, or delivery. The thing I like about Louis is that he's capable of moving the ball both ways. Normally it takes a few to warm into his task. He's not one of those who will give you sleepless nights in terms of his pace. But he's a strike bowler. He gets wickets.
When he wants to, he can let it rip, but he doesn't doesn't rely exclusively on his pace per se, or as you say, tear away pace. He might bowl one very quick one.
But that is what he likes to do. That is exactly what he likes to do. Decent line, keeping the basics right, and then he moves the ball, and that is his forte.
It's interesting to see Jalen Clark behind the stumps, and Jamal Hamilton gets an opportunity to run around in the field.
Well,
He's in the covers there.
yes, he's at cover.
I think it would be remiss of me to say that he's at short cover.
Well, he's still the most vocal of players out there. Normally the wicket keepers are vocal when he's behind the stump, so he's still the most vocal of players out there.
2 without loss at the end of the first over.
So no alarms at all in that first over. It's going to be big O'Shane Thomas.
Yep.
From the far end.
Talk about a player that, really is craving for a break here. Is O'Shane Thomas. Every time he looks like he's getting it right, he gets injured or something, something happens and he just hasn't been able to really kick on, as they say.
There's a situation like, he reminds me of Shannon Gabriel in certain ways where, he carries a bit. He's a big man.
Yep.
And looks to bowl at express pace, and that could always lead to injuries. That's
well
a nice
played.
shot.
Yep, that's very well played. In fact, a good stop as well down the hill. They were scrambling to come across to cut that one off because it was traveling and it was actually gathering speed going downhill.
The young man, Jackie San, just pushing that straight back.
Yeah, certainly it's been an interesting development for them because, we were talking earlier about young Bishop, who I told you he bowls so many overs. What about Durham? He also bowls a lot as well. Both of them are left orthodox spinners, but different type of spinners. It's a good line. That's very well bowled again from O'Shane Thomas.
Ricky Monkeys allowing that one to go by.
And this is the thing with somebody like O'Shane Thomas. He burst onto the scene as a young man, and you had high hopes that he would really kick on and become the next big West Indies either test or one-day bowler. But that hasn't been the case for him. Like I said, fitness has been part of his problem. But the other thing is, too, when he gets fit, as he has at times, you want to stay fit. You know what I mean? So you're going to put in the extra work to ensure that your body can stand up to the demands of the first-class game. And it's the same thing I think used to happen to Shannon Gabriel, as you mentioned, Shannon. Shannon had a good spell where he was fit and he was doing well. And that's another peach of a delivery. And but then the injury started to pile up, and it started to come like almost consecutively, quickly. Yeah. And he had a hard time staying fit. And by the time he got fit, he wasn't 100% fit. He might go and play, and then he'd break down. And and I think it's the same thing for O'Shane Thomas. He had this kind of on and off stop-start career that you just wish that he could put together a good 2 or 3 years and see what happens. Oh, he's bowled him.
Beauty! What a delivery there. beautiful delivery. I don't think O'Keefe will recover too quickly from this one. He'll go back tonight in the hotel thinking about what really went on there.
He thought he had it covered and then he didn't. And again, it really was like a nothing shot. He didn't really play a shot at it. He just reacted to the ball pitching. And by that time, it just went past the outside edge, hit the edge of the stump, which is nice to see. At least he had it on target. And that just a little bit of extra pace just went right past the bat.
I was all pace there,
yep.
Roscoe.
And hit the edge of the stump.
You would have gotten excited with that. You fast bowlers, you like that.
Yep, it's what you live for. The only thing was wrong with that, you didn't get 3 for 1 overall. The Winwood Islands needing 237 to win.
Well, Jeremiah Louis is going to continue here, bowling from the northern end. He is going to look to see if he can also join in the fun. If another wicket falls here, now Ruskin's going to be problems for the academy.
And to tell you what I liked about that, did you see the response of his teammates when he took that wicket? It's like everybody was so happy because they obviously see the work that he's putting in.
Louis, Jagisa is driving, coming forward to well pitched up delivery in the approved manner. But Louis is another one who's going to pitch the ball up now because he is looking to swing the ball. As I said before, Ruskin, you will see him in dipping and he can always move it across, move it away from the right-handers as well. Always had a lot of time for Louis ever since I saw him.
Yeah, we've seen him for the last couple of years now. He's a really hard tryer. He's never going to back down. He's always going to give an effort. Once the captain throws him the ball, you know he's going to give you 150%.
Yeah, and he's going to do exactly what he's doing right in that corridor.
Good. I was listening to somebody and they were talking about team selections and how how teams select players now and how they buy players. This is like a football conversation. And the person was talking about just another good delivery.
Well, that one came back.
Yep. And he's talking about skill level because if you're going to pay, let's say, £100 million per player, must have a certain skill level, and then you kind of surround him with other quality players. But one of the things the man was saying, he said, skill is just part of the equation now. Given what is happening, and I think they also reference it in terms of the English players. And, when you look at their stats, this young crop of players, they're not that good in terms of the statistics. But they say their attitude to the game is what the coaches are looking for now. And because they always feel they could improve skill levels, but it's the attitude to the game that kind of impresses them the most now. And the boy, is it Bucket from Barbados who plays for England now?
The left-handed opener.
Yep. He's a white ball player, but he's now in the test team. So again, it's an investment in him. He doesn't have a first-class 100. And I think he probably only has 250s or so, and in white ball cricket, and at that level. But they're seeing something there that they feel, that they can work with. And it was interesting that we were talking about Louis and his attributes. He's not the fastest, but he will try. Every time you throw him the ball, you could almost guarantee he's going to give you heart and soul, as they say.
Louis reminds me, yesterday we were at UAE and doing that game, Red Force against CCC, and there's a CCC player from Trinidad and Tobago, and that's Mikel Govaya. And I was giving the story that Govaya when we were choosing our team, we have a franchise team takes place in the Dream that plays in the Dream 11 here in Trinidad and also in Tobago, in both tournaments there in Tobago. I was telling the guys who were putting together the team, please ensure you get Mikel Gouvard for me. And that was because Mikel Gouvard gives you 150% every time he goes out there. And the first game of that tournament that was played across in Tobago, Mikel Gouvard was bowling, and you can see he was not himself, but he was fighting. And I asked a question after when I went up to him, what's going on? He said, I have a broken rib. I said, when you got that? He said, back in Trinidad. I said, why didn't you say anything? He said, no man, I'm going to fight. And that's the kind of players you want.
He wants to do well for the team.
And Louis reminds me of that sort of player. A fighter. You saw when he came out Ruskin, he gave the innings the impetus it needed towards the end. Here's O'Shane Thomas.
So what a single, this is trouble. This could be problems. Yeah, and he's out.
Oh,
and look at who's done it. The man, the wicket keeper, who is now out in the field. Jamal Hamilton. Oh, man.
Well. Situation there for Justin Jagisang. He was looking good, and it's the most terrible way to get out in cricket. And he was just going, if we can just see that again, he was just going for a single that was non-existent, and your guy, Hamilton.
Man who's always been a person you could look to, could set him as an example for any young player, and you wouldn't be disappointed at all. He gives them everything. He has all the attributes. He wouldn't back down from fast bowling. You bring up top spinners, he will still fight them there. He will do his bit behind the stumps. He's here, there, and everywhere. Here he's out in the field now. Took aim, fired, and Jagisar was a long way out. He goes run out for 2. It's 3 for 2 now.
You feel it there for Jagisar because he was up front, kept out a few good deliveries there from Louis, played a nice straight drive against O'Shane Thomas, and to get yourself run out at the non-strikers end of all places. Look at that, Louis. Oh man, it was Hamilton there taking his time and aiming and throwing down the stumps. That's very wide. That was nearly a no ball.
You must bowl that and the pitch of the other strip.
He's testing out the other strip for the next game that will be played here on Friday, Ruskin.
Yep, Teddy Bishop, the captain, is out there. Trying to see if he could get his team going again. 3 for 2 is not the ideal situation.
Ball him!
Make that 3 for 3. And there goes Clark, bowled neck and crop by the pace of O'Shane Thomas. And he has 2 for 1.
Well, we're seeing some serious pace here at the Green Spark Oval. Look at this. Oh my, he played after the ball pass. Similar dismissal to what you saw early on when O'Geese got out. That was raw pace.
Yep, and this is what I'm saying. Just trying to defend. But by the time they got the bat in line,
it was timber.
Yep, ball goes. Ball has already passed.
That was quick.
Yep.
Must be feeling very good about himself at this point in time, O'Shane Thomas.
Yeah, and the thing is, because he's been around now for quite a number of years, even though he hasn't played as many games as he probably should have, he has been with the West Indies team. So he knows what it's like to play for the West Indies. Now he has to try to get back to that level. So this is his trial game here. You know, he is on exhibition now for the West Indian selectors to let them know, one, he's bowling well, he has good rhythm, but the most important thing is that he's fit again. And this is why this whole thing, forget the game, but just this whole display here is what is so important on so many fronts. Not just for him, but for the West Indian selectors. I'm sure they must probably have a big smile on their faces now. They're looking at him running in here now, free as a bird. And right in behind it there again, bowling a good line. And Neymar Bolden.
Yeah, but again, Ruskin, first delivery, back off a length, you're on top. You can afford to pitch it up. Now, with that, 2 wickets, the 3 wickets that have fallen now, and the 2, of course, from O'Shane Thomas with his extreme pace. There goes Jamaican Middleton into second slip.
Yep, give him something to catch now. I just hope they could catch it when it hits the edge, because it's going to come quickly.
Yep. Bolden has an open stance, as so many cricketers these days. Oh my, he falls over. One hopes he's okay.
But they're going for a second again. It's not there. And easily going back. But we've seen a number of bowlers do this now, where they fall over. And I don't understand why they fall over, because it can't be that the pegs are sticking in the ground. There's no, that's bone hard, you know. So unless there's some rough there and the boot is landing badly or awkwardly, you could see that his teammates trying to kind of grate away whatever problem there might be with the foot, the planting of that front foot. But we see the bowler from England. He does it almost
Mark Wood.
all the time. Yeah.
Every over. Sometimes twice, 3 times an over.
You know?
I know he's extremely quick. So sometimes I think to myself, I wonder if the forward momentum is too much for his frame. Let's see.
That's well played. Well bowled also. This time he was pitching up a little bit more, and I think he kind of like was out of rhythm there. He didn't really get that arm over as quickly as he wanted to. But that ends the over. Another good one. 3 for 2 from him, and it's 5 for 3 overall after 4.
And so they're really up against it here, the academy.
And I think if that is going to be the little buzz, if O'Shane Thomas continues to operate like he's doing now, then you could easily say that the tournament, in any tournament you have moments where you have games that kind of lift the tournament. If he picks up a couple more wickets here and continues to bowl as quickly as he is, this could be the moment that sets this tournament alight here now. What a performance from him. 2 wickets already to his name for just 3 runs.
Louis.
Looking for his first, but he won't get it there.
Again, you see him pitching the ball up, looking to attack. I think there's value in putting that second slip, especially at this point in time for Bolden. He has an open stance. Louis is going to angle that ball across him. He's going to also move it very late.
I think he probably wants to try to bring it back into the left-hander too. Bang on target again.
So the Leeward Islands, well and truly on top. We've seen an improvement in the Leeward Islands cricket over the past couple of years, Ruskin. At one point where they hit rock bottom, and then, you know, they've grown nicely over the last couple of years.
Remember when they had like about 5 or 6 players, or even it just seemed like it was a conveyor belt of players coming out of the Leeward Islands to the West Indies team.
So the days of that one goes officially, where probably a 3rd or 4th slip might have been back in the days of Ralston Otto. You remember Ralston Otto? You say Trinidad and Tobago, and he just scored runs.
Yep. You had Ralston Otto. You had Jim Allen. Jim Allen was one somehow I would have loved to see Jim Allen play T20 cricket now. Because he played T20 cricket in regional 4-day cricket. He just used to hit the ball like he was vexed with the ball.
Like with Richard, they were ahead of their time.
Yes, you know. And when I say hit the ball, I'm telling you hit the ball. In fact, if you go to Antigua, at that time, they would tell you he was better than Viv Richards.
Wow.
Because he used to score heavily, but he used to score his runs in the most brutal of fashions. You know, you think, oh, bang! And that was it, ball gone. And he wouldn't even flinch. Or bowled again. And, you know, so you had like Jim Allen, you had, as you say, Ralston Otto, you had people like Victor Eddy, you had, when you say Combined Islands, you had those names, then you had somebody like Sebastian, Lockhart Sebastian. But then you had Hugo, you had the Shillingford brothers, well, Viv Richards, of course, coming into his own, Anderson Roberts, Richie Richardson, Hamish Anthony, then you had the Benjamin brothers, you know.
And then the great man himself, Curtly Ambrose.
Yeah, Curtly Ambrose. But you also, there was this, it was a short bowler, short guy in stature, but he used to bowl really fast, came just about the same time with Kenny Benjamin. And his name slips me now. He used to have like a little ponytail at the back of his hair, and he was fast, short, but quick. And you know, and they just kept churning out these players.
Well, just 2 weeks ago, in Atlanta, we were there for the Atlanta Open, and we showed up at the ground the day before to obviously rig the field, and
That over comes down and is 7 for 3 at the end of it.
And I heard someone call me out, but it was a West Indian voice. But the person who called was on a roller, big heavy roller. When I looked carefully, it was Hamish Anthony.
You see Hamish driving the roller?
Yeah, he's the head groundsman.
Oh, okay.
And that facility I told you with the 6 grounds, Hamish Anthony is the head curator there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't seen Hamish for a while.
Strong man still.
Yep. Hamish, and there were so many. Of course, the unfortunate one would have been Winston Davis with his injury, because Winston, Timur Mohammed from Guyana, myself, and I think was Sikandar back from Pakistan. We were at the Avgova coaching school together. So
Right.
Winston, I remember we were here for the West Indies youth team. We had net sessions here at the Oval. So I really admired Winston, just his whole demeanor, you know. He didn't say much, but he used to talk. When, like how we sit in here, you wouldn't know how chatty he was. But if you look at him and how he carried himself out in the middle, didn't really say much, you know. He was just thereabouts, but he was always so into the game, always wanted to do well, not just for himself, but he was very proud of his country and representing his country.
Well, for many, many years, he held that world record, 7 for 51,
Yep.
in an ODI, and that was against Australia in the World Cup. Unfortunately, what happened to him?
It really was a real sad. When I heard that news, I think I was studying abroad at the time, and it really hit me hard. I haven't really seen him much, but I've seen pictures of him and heard people speaking about him and how he's doing.
And it was charity work. Oh, he was, I believe, on a tree and doing some charity work, helping out
on
the
a
church.
house. Was
On
on
a house.
on a roof. He was on a
Right.
roof. Yeah.
I think it was some church he was helping out, and he fell. Such is life at times, you know. But
Think of Dear Kola Singh. I
Yep.
think it's an almost similar incident.
yeah,
So that was just, but the islands have really produced some. Whenever I think of somebody like an El Camino Willett,
Yep.
think of
Eldine Baptiste.
Yep. It's another beauty.
Ooh, again, he was late on that. Well, that was early on him. Look at it again here.
They just rush it onto him.
My God, this
Played
is a
that
spell.
Yeah, played it very, very. Look at how low down when the bat it hit.
Yep.
He was not in control of the blade coming forward there.
It's good to see this. You want to see this. You want to see a spell like this.
Yeah, he has to bowl with 2 slips all the time. You can't bowl him with 1 slip. Have to bowl him with 2.
Outside the off stump.
I don't mind that because that is in line. It's in the eyesight of the batsman. So you know he has to look at it. If you put it on his pads where he could just deflect it, you're gifting him runs. Put it out there and let him make a decision whether to play or not to play. Like I said, this is really impressive from O'Shane Thomas. I think all the folks in Jamaica or wherever might be very, very keen to see him do well. Again, hitting the inner portion of the bat. So he's really hitting the bat hard. And he's forcing the batsman he's challenging the batsman.
The thing about it is, you know, he's coming back from injury. He's working. You can see he's working his way back into cricket as he should. But as Ruskin, you mentioned early on, from very early, you saw that this guy had something special. He actually made a name for himself firstly at the CPL. Funnily enough, here he is. That came back.
Yep.
It was close.
So that's what I'm saying. I don't mind him starting there because they would make a decision. Are they going to play or you're not going to play? Work on his patience now.
Very good delivery. You spoke of Victor Eddy early on, and Victor Eddy, who actually is, he works for Cricket 360 as one of our commentators out there in St. Kitts when we're in that neck of the woods. Victor Eddy, back in the day, when you would have played against him or played with him, he was a Rasta. He was a Rastafarian. And now when you meet Victor Eddy, he's completely bald. And you know, so Vivian Richards was giving me a joke once about him. He's telling me that, you know, the Leeward Islands, the Combined Islands were about to play against Barbados. And Victor Eddy came into his room. I was speaking to him and said, you know, said, Smokey, that pitch at Kensington is rapid, boy. I think I may want to don a helmet. So Viv said he called one of the players, said, bring a helmet that Eddie tried on. And Viv said he knew that the helmet
wasn't going to fit.
not going to fit Eddie. He said by the time Eddie took his hair and wrapped it and rested on top of his head and put the helmet, the grill was on his forehead.
But here's what I didn't want to see, is O'Shane going off the field.
Yeah.
And this is what I don't want to see from him. And it might be anything. It might just be, who knows, it might be a change of clothing, change of socks, whatever it might be.
Let's hope it's a bathroom break.
Whatever. But you don't want to see this from him at all. You've seen it too often. But to his credit, he goes sprinting up the pavilion steps. And so he looks to be okay physically.
Something goes flying.
Yeah, it looks like either a bracelet or something. Yep. Some kind of bracelet that he has on his hand. A lot of players wear different things, like wear jewelry. They like to wear jewelry, wear watches.
That seems to have been a watch, though. Yeah. Yes, Louis.
That's well bowled. He's really dropped on a good line here, and he's just, plugging away on that line, really causing the batsman to have to play at almost every delivery But unfortunately for them, it's mostly defensive pushes and prods.
I think they're just feeling. I think the impact of O'Shane Thomas is playing on the minds of those young men out there at the moment.
Again, not able to get it away. Just put it, so it's going to be interesting now to see if O'Shane comes back out immediately and continue his spell. He's in the middle of a really good spell so far. So I'm really hoping that he comes back out, as they say, pronto, and just continue to bowl. I think the team would also look to him as well to see if he could get pick another pepper. Oh, this one was in the air, yep. Shorter.
Cornwall is there for that uppish push more than anything else, but was away from him, as though where the big man was going to get to that.
You understand? Eddie's telling him, Jeremiah is telling him, could I probably put in a dive? And I could imagine Cornwall telling him, not on your life.
So he's working, Jeremiah. Graves giving some advice.
Well, bowled again, a little bit slower this time, but he just kind of hung it in the air there, teasing him, trying to see if he could get him to put in the big drive.
So Bolden and Bishop out there at the moment.
It's been a rather sedate start for the West Indies Academy. I'm sure they would have been hoping for a much more enterprising start to proceedings and probably with fewer wickets going down. But as it is right now, 3 wickets down for just 8 runs, make that 9.
Now look at this spell from Louis. His ball is 4 overs for just 5 runs.
He's done very well. And at the end of the over, it's 9 for 3 from 7.
So it's rough there.
So with O'Shane Thomas off the field, it means now they're going to have to do some kind of adjustment now at this end. And I thought for a moment that Rakim was going to take the ball himself, but he is opted not to. And instead, he's going to ask Kofi James, to do the honors. So James will take over from O'Shane Thomas. Thomas, who bowled a beautiful spell, 3 overs, and picked up those 2 wickets. And, but unfortunately, he's had to go off. As I welcome back Liam. And certainly, Liam, I don't know if you were watching O'Shane bowl, but I was really impressed, and I was happy to see him running freely and, really charging in. But then I saw what I don't like to see. He had to go off after 3 overs.
Yeah, I think as a West Indian fan, any West Indian fan would have been really excited to see the way that O'Shane went about his stuff in his first spell. But yeah, as you rightfully said, the issue continues where his fitness has led to his downfall at times. Because those first 3 overs were near unplayable. Then he comes off the field. You would have wanted to have him, possibly bowl 5 or 6 straight. The way that he's going, he might have been able to get into the West Indies low order early.
Pick up another two wickets in that spell and really kick the door down for the Leeward Islands.
Yeah, so definitely a bit disappointed to not see him back in, but what a spell it was. And that's the O'Shane Thomas that, we all want to see back at his best. Hopefully he gets back quickly. And that's a good shot from Bolden.
Yep, very well played. He was on top of it and he cut it. He placed it nicely as well. Played it late and played it well for the boundary.
You know, mentioned earlier the form that Bolden has been in back at home in Barbados. It was unfortunate to be left out of the Barbados Super 50 team, but you know, due to a couple of injuries, he's into the academy setup, and has a golden opportunity here to bat the West Indies out of this hole that they're in, the academy, and make a name for himself.
It's a good sliding stop there from Hughes, but can't prevent a single. Now I'm looking in the pavilion area there, and I'm thinking, is that O'Shane Thomas sitting on the step there, the lower round? So I'm hoping that he's coming back on. Almost immediately there's another pitch of delivery that beats everything and goes through.
There it is, O'Shane, and it looks like he's going to be coming back on.
Yeah, like I said, I don't know if it was a change of shoe or whatever, because he did fall over in that third over. He went down, and although he finished the over, he immediately went off after that. So I'm just hoping that it might have been just maybe to change a shoe or something, or get a strap in. You know, sometimes they do over the ankles for you or something like that. But he seems to be moving fairly okay. As that over comes to an end now, 8 completed. It's 15 for 3.
I'm happy to see him back, but I want to see him on the ball. I hope that over from Kofi James might have been just a hold on for O'Shane to get back on. See Rakeem Cornwell having a word with him. And there's going to be a change in bowling from the media center end after Jeremiah Louis' good opening spell. Looks like it's going to be
Justin Graves.
Yeah, the all-rounder Justin Graves. And if he has a day like he had with the bat, with ball in hand now, he'll be extremely happy. 111 not out in the first innings.
Good 100, his second list A 100. And, you know, we've been hearing about Justin Graves for so many years, you know, so I was a little surprised that he only had one list A 100 to his name. But the way he played in this innings, like I said, I wish he could just kind of preserve it and take it whenever he goes out to bat again.
I think he's been in good 50 over form since last Super 50, where he would have scored his first 100. And he's been getting a bit more consistent over the past year or so, 2 years. He got a couple of half centuries last year. I think this Leeward Islands team depends on him at the top of the order. It's not somewhere he's always batted. I think when he was at Barbados for all those years, he was batting in the
middle order.
Number 5, number 6.
Sprinkling of spectators.
And that's the parents of Justin Jagassar. They would have been disappointed to see him run out early on.
It was a good throw from Hamilton. And I was just telling him that, you know, I say he's not behind the stumps, so you still can't keep him out of the game.
Yeah. And the only thing better than the throw was the celebration with him and Justin Graves. Graves is not the quickest of bowlers, but does a really good job of just that, hitting that good line and length, bowling dot balls, getting dot balls together.
Yeah, he's a nagging type of bowler. You know, he's consistent with his line and his length, and he has just enough speed to keep you honest. You can't just go willy-nilly after him and just feel you'll get away with stuff.
He's getting a bit older now, but he's still, you know, in and around the West Indies setup. Hasn't been in the team consistently as he would like. But does not have a great record at the ODI level with the bat in hand for the West Indies. That's definitely something he'd look to improve on if given another opportunity.
Yeah, I'm sure he'll get opportunities because so much cricket is being played now. You know that if you're a player playing at this level, you must be thinking there must be a West Indies team somewhere that I could make and you know, and announce my arrival at that level, because you have the 18 tours taking place now. You know, you have the white ball tours. Sometimes they go in for a tour for 2 weeks, you know, just to play 3 games or 6 games, 3 T20s, 3 one-dayers, and then you're off to another country to do a similar thing. So there's so much cricket going on, and somebody who might be ahead of you now, as you say, because of the amount of cricket, guys get injured or some guys are unavailable for certain tours, and you know, you could easily get your opportunity there, and you just have to take advantage of those opportunities. But there are several opportunities now open to players.
Yeah, and that what you just said is such a big thing. A lot of times in West Indies cricket, they're not always able to select the best team. As this one is pulled away from Bolden, he's gonna run close to the boundary. What a stop that is! Right in front of the rope from Dimitri Adams, and Bolden completes 2. But yeah, as I was saying, you're not always able to select your best 11 or your best 15 or how much ever it may be, because a lot of guys make themselves unavailable due to, as you said, you know, franchise cricket or just personal reasons, and that's when, you know, you get players like Graves getting the opportunity, but they need to kick on from there.
You have to take advantage of those opportunities. Once you get them, say, this is my chance here. And you're not going to really let them drop you. Don't drop yourself. You know, give the selectors that headache to have to make a decision about who plays and who doesn't play. But when you get your chance, you know, you're playing as if you're here to stay.
It's not going to be O'Shane Thomas to come back into the attack. It's going to be James to continue. And it seems like Justin Graves is leaving the field. I hope everything is alright with him.
Well, after he bowled his first delivery, I'm not kidding you, he seemed to be walking very gingerly after the very first ball. I'm not sure what he did then. That's a good shot on the back foot he goes. Thomas has some work to do here. And he just kind of escorted the ball to the boundary almost. And the batsmen are going to get 3. He took the wrong angle on that one and ended up having to do a little more work than he would have anticipated.
It was a kind of teasing one. It almost seemed like it was always right there, and it just kept going. But yeah, he could have done a bit better there for sure. And Kofi James is not happy with that.
And again, because he's right-handed and it was going to his left, the angle he took on it, the ball was too close to him for him to try to cut it off. Remember, he's going to his weaker hand there now.
It's simple things like this cost you runs in white ball cricket, especially in all cricket.
Yep. Especially when you're playing teams like England and Australia that put pressure on you. You know, turning 1s into 2s and 2s into 3s. You have to be so spot on with your fielding, because that could make all the difference. And like I said, once the players get that attitude, and as I was telling Vinod before, you know, ability is just part of the story now with a lot of teams. And they pick guys not just on their potential or their obvious ability to play, but their attitude towards the game, how they conduct themselves, you know, how hungry they are for success. You know, and sometimes it's just an investment that they make in certain players.
Yeah, I think that's something that we've seen with the West Indies Academy. A lot of people tend to question, you know, the selection of these teams, and you know, sometimes this time around the contracts that were given out just recently, a lot of people, you know, have a lot of questions. But as a selection panel, I'm sure that the selectors are not going to pick somebody that they don't see something special in. They're not going to pick just randomly. So
look at Shamar Joseph. You know, they saw something in him. They gave him the chance, and he justified his inclusion in that team to Australia. And he's not really been able to reproduce that form yet. But there's always the possibility that, you know, that he can show up one day and, you know, reproduce something similar to that without at the end of the over. And it's 10 completed now. It's 24 for 3 after the first 10 the power play overs.
You can see in certain instances, you see that spark in Shamar just come about for a session or two, and sometimes that's all you need from him. He came in against South Africa in the second test back home in Guyana, and he picked up a 5-wicket haul there when they bowled him out cheaply. And you just got a reminder of what he did in Australia. He was bowling, and the stumps were flying all about. Then recently in the CPL, you just see him bowl some deliveries that really, that's what he's there for. He's there to pick up wickets. And maybe just a bit more consistency for someone like him, but it's definitely something that the West Indies Cricket Board, the Cricket West Indies, are going to work with for some time, because he's definitely got the spark that they need.
So Daniel Durham is into the attack now. As you said, Graves went off the field after bowling just the 1 over. Hopefully, whatever it is bugging him isn't too serious. But I did notice when he bowled that first ball, he seemed, sometimes you bowl a ball and you stiff all over. I think he looked like something just wasn't right after that first ball.
He batted through the entire innings, which is something to.
Yeah, the buddy is telling him something. Hey, partner, see if we can rest now.
He's getting a bit, I'm not going to say old, but on the older side.
That's well played again. Durham, generous flight on his part. Not afraid to put the ball up, as they say, throw it up in jar breeze. See if they'll come after you.
Justin Greaves 31 next year. He's just 30 at the point in time, but still a lot of time left in the game.
Well played. That's a beautiful shot. Good use of the feet from Bishop, and he just spunked it past Durham to his right, and it was to the left of the mid-on fielder. Never had a chance there, Hughes, and that's 4 good-looking runs.
Yeah, Teddy Bishop, I think he's the one that holds the keys to the West Indies doing well here. The West Indies Academy doing well. He's a really good player, and you just expect a bit more from him. He's been given the leadership role of this team. He's the skipper. Captain a couple games in the regional 4-day as well. But the responsibility was split up between a couple of the players, so this time he's named the captain.
A little bit of adjustment there. Durham just shortening the length a little bit, pushing him on the back foot. But that ends the overhead. The first from Durham, and 11 completed now, 30 for 3.
We spoke about investment in players early, and Teddy Bishop is one of those players that the West Indies have invested in. He made his one-day debut earlier this year in Australia. Didn't get off the mark, but that is something that is still a bit happy to see, that the board are giving young players the opportunity. We went to Australia with a really young team, an experienced team. Yeah, he played one game and didn't get off the mark, but that doesn't say anything necessarily about his ability. And I think coming back into the academy team, you got a guy that's played international cricket now. You could bring back some experiences from that tour into the team.
And that's what is required here. Players sharing information, sharing knowledge, and obviously helping each other out. The coaches will do their bit, but I think players they might be, that's why it's important to have senior players. You could lean on them. They would offer their advice and their perspective on things. And sometimes I think players prefer to hear it from a teammate than even from the coach sometimes, because sometimes they just tend to block out the coach. But they'll say, so in the air, but that's just, it went quickly. You have to admit, and it's my good friend, Mr. Hamilton. He's not the tallest of players there. He's in that short extra cover position.
Yeah, I was just about to say the shortest guy on the field was there. If it was somebody with a bit more height, it would have been a chance for sure. But Bolden lives to fight another day.
But he's down now. He's trying to stretch that calf muscle, it looks like. And but he went diving there and came up with a little bit of a niggle, it looks like. See him trying to work that calf muscle out as only he can. He hasn't called for the trainer. He's doing it all himself. It's looking like there's a little bit of cramp there, and he's trying to work it out.
He's still working it out there. He's a fiery character.
Yeah, he is. He's but I love him to death because I know he's going to try to stay out there no matter what. The trainer will come eventually, I'm sure. But he wouldn't go off just so. You have to take him off the field.
He's a fighter.
Yep.
So, it's been good from Kofi James, barring one or two bad deliveries, but he's been working that lineup to Bolden there. Just being that nagging line outside the off stump. 6-3 field. It's a good delivery again, just on the front foot. And can't really maneuver the ball too well from that position. So it's good bowling from James.
Yeah, he's come on and he's really dropped on a good line, good length. And here's another one trying to cut it away, slice it away to a square, but can't get it past that field at backward point. End of the over, 32 for 3 after 12 now.
Just a matter of time, you think, before Raheem Cornwall comes into the attack. He might replace Kofi James from that end because Durham just started on this end.
To do a quick comparison for you, Liam, after 12 overs, the Leeward Islands were 57 for 2, and we were hoping that they would have gotten up to, was it 80 after 12 to get the bonus batting point?
Yeah, after 10.
After 10.
Yeah.
But if they had lost 3 wickets, but they had only lost the 2 wickets, but they still didn't get to the 60 after the first 10 overs. And after the first 10, they had lost 1, but it was 51 for 1. Remember that 10th over where they got the bouncy, I think, off the first ball.
Yeah, from Johan Lane.
And the dot balls the rest of the way in that over. So, and he bowled really good deliveries. It wasn't like they weren't trying to get at him; they just couldn't get at him. Durham, speaking about getting at him, that's a well played shot, but they might only get 1.
And just over Hamilton again, that cover.
I think they're picking on him.
I think if Raheem Cornwall was there, he stood tall there at short cover. If he was at that cover region, it might have been a chance. Hamilton just looked up and saw it going over his head.
But he's probably saying, don't try it too often. That's a good delivery. And a little bit of bounce there. But there's nobody close in on the onside. So no danger of him getting caught there, bad pad or anything like that.
Look at this West Indies Academy lineup and the top 5 that batted so far. Jagisar is into his list day debut today. And Nima Bolden as well. Oh, well, Raheem Cornwall not really stopping that one. In fact, he just ricocheted it down to Henry at long off.
Put his hands down, it like it burst through his hands. Probably struck him in the boot and ended up going down to long on.
Yeah, we look at the academy lineup and Rivaldo Clark has been around the team for a while. As Raheem Cornwall gets it this time. He's always a bit of a highlight reel when he's on the field, isn't he?
Yeah, because it's a big unit to move around. So when you ask him to sprint, you're asking an awful lot of him. So another comfortable single. They're doing well in the sense that they've kind of stopped the hemorrhaging, but they haven't been able to really get at the bowling as they would like.
And it's by no means a hard pitch to bat on. I think it's just the situation of the game and good bowling from the spinners. They carried on from that good start that they got from Musheen Thomas and Jeremiah Louis.
Well, of course, it's meant to tease them in a sense here. 37 for 3. They're thinking of trying to break these shackles, but it's not easy for them to get the bowlers away. And we did say that anything in excess of 160, 170 was going to be challenging because of the strength of the Leeward Islands bowling. And so far, we've been proven right, because after 13 overs, they're just going at roughly 3 and over, essentially. So it's not been the easiest of batting display for them. And like I said, it's not about the pitch. 37 for 3 now.
I mean, you look at the team, there's a couple new names in there. You're accustomed over the past couple of years of seeing, Kevin Wickham in this team, who's been one of their main run scorers. Kevlin Anderson, another one. But those guys have now graduated. Through this program, they've graduated to their national teams. So they've gotten, Bishop. Joshua Bishop is one of those guys who is probably going to make it to his Barbados senior team soon. Ashmead Ned, another one who is part of the team. He's now gone across to Guyana.
Yeah, so they're giving opportunities to other youngsters now to try and make their name, and hopefully make that step up, as you said, to their national teams, which is always the cherry on top, so to speak. That has to be the goal, to make the national team, then go on to play for the West Indies.
Wickham has been doing a good job for Barbados. In his short time there, he would have played the regional 4-day for them earlier this year, had a couple of half centuries in the middle order.
So every opportunity they have to take here now to keep scoring, even though they can't, as I say, take the bowling by the scruff of the neck, but they have to continue to plug away, try and see if they could get, here's a big shot, trying to do just that, trying to up the scoring here. But they have to be smart about it, can't just give your wicket away, because then you're digging yourself into a deeper hole. So
Across at Brian Lara Cricket Academy, Barbados Pride were up against the Jamaica Scorpions, and Barbados batting first. They got 260 for 8, led by Nico Boucher. He scored 73, and McCaskey, another man who's been in and out of the West Indies test team, he got a 63 to his name.
again, there's cover out there, so the big shot just only nets in the 1 run.
Jamaica currently 115 for 4 in reply.
How much Barbados, man?
They made 260. 260 for 8.
And Barbados does have a good bowling attack also.
Yeah, already Dominic Drakes, Kema Smith, Joe Warwick and the wicket takers. Drakes 2 for 21 in his 5 overs so far. Experienced bowling attack as well. Warwick leading it. Drakes has played for the West Indies a couple of times.
So that ends another over here. 39 for 3 now after 14. So again, it may just be a matter of time before Ocean Thomas comes back into the attack. I would imagine Cornwall might be asking him to come and bend your back here a little bit. And you want to do it while the ball still has a little bit of the hardness in it, because if it gets soft, then you're setting him up here. You want to give him the ball when he could really utilize it properly.
Yeah, when it gets a bit softer, it's going to be a little bit more difficult because the wicket is pretty flat and dry.
Mhm. You know, I would have brought him back in right away. You know, let him, because he was only off for a couple of overs. He wasn't off very long.
Yeah, just one over, in fact, is 2 overs he was off
Mhm.
for. So there's no real indication that he
It's
has a certain amount of time to stay off.
Yeah, they were living dangerously there, but Hamilton couldn't get around in time to corral it, then cock the trigger and let it fly.
It's been a decent start from Durham as well. Like to be a bit more economical. This one cut away and some work to be done, and not able to stop that. A good shot from Teddy Bishop, and that's 4.
Yeah, the fielder has to do better than that. He did all the hard work. He got around to the ball, and then he just almost parried it over the line.
Looks like, sure. Not quite sure who that was out there. Might be one of the sub fielders. I don't think Justin Greaves
Mhm.
has come back on just yet. Good delivery there from Durham. Good comeback.
He's been consistent with his line and his length. And while he doesn't have a wicket to show for it yet, he's doing his part to keep things tight, keep it tidy.
Looking at Teddy Bishop from Grenada. He's played now 21 list day games at an average of just under 30, 28.6.
And he was going right across the line of that one. Luckily for him, he got bat onto it. But that was a prime candidate there for an LBW decision. He was right in front of all 3 stumps, swinging to leg. But he just got enough bat onto it to play it onto the ground.
Cuts again this time, but Hamilton is there. And that brings the end of Oram's 3rd over. And the end of 15 is 45 for 3. Yes.
73 for 2 is the comparison after 15 overs.
And it shows the importance of having a set batsman, especially one of your openers. Ideally, you would like them to do what Graves did and bat through the entire innings. But it's good to know that they had someone there from the beginning. He was always the solid side. He was always there to just work the ball around. And I thought the way he structured his innings was excellent in terms of he started off in the power play playing some drives because there's just 2 fielders out.
Yeah.
And then as the power play was over and the field was spread, he was just knocking it around and getting singles. But he always tried to rotate the strike, and that was important in that middle period of his innings. And then towards the end, he got off a bit more.
But yeah, you could see he was making a deliberate effort to keep the strike turning over all the time, and almost after every ball, he just seemed to manufacture a single somewhere. Get moving, get off strike. To run with a good stop there, all 4s to stop that one.
Another big unit, really tall. You see a tall guy like that bowling spin, so it's a bit disappointing.
Yeah, he's bowled him right through the gap, driving at that one, not keeping his eyes on it, Teddy Bishop, and he probably played over it, and was bowled neck and crop for 21.
Yeah, and that's a problem right there. Teddy Bishop, 21, another good start, and not able to carry on and get a big score for his team. And I think that's been his problem for a long time. And another wicket falling. Bowled and left on his own. And who's going to bat at number 6? It could be Joshua Bishop, the skipper, who's been scoring runs in their practice game. Scored a 68 against the Leeward Islands in a practice game just last week before they left in Antigua. And might be Tuckett as well, who's been batting throughout the innings. He's been opening the baton sometimes, and now it looks like he's in at number 6. Yeah, it is going to be Tuckett at 6.
Mm-hmm. The wicketkeeper batsman. Okay, so we do with the score on 46-3, and we have some refreshments being handed out. Give us a good time to catch up with Justin Graves and hear his thoughts.
Well, we're here with Justin Greaves. Justin, congrats on your second list 100. Looking at the score there, 236 for 7. What was your plans going into this innings, and what's your thoughts on the score?
My plan pretty much to bat through the innings for the team. Obviously we lost, wickets in clusters sometimes, but just my role in the team, just to bat as deep as possible for the group. The score 236, I think, is a really good score because we were looking at 220. The pitch is a little bit on the slow side. The ball is spinning a bit, so hopefully, we can come up with a win today.
Okay, we want to congratulate you on your second 100 and wish you the best for the rest of the tournament.
Cheers, thank you.
Yeah, so Graves there had a really good innings, that first innings. Unfortunately, he's not on the field at this point in time. And just maybe needing a bit of a rest after that. Batting over 47, who was hot out there today. But looking at that score, he thought it was pretty defendable. And looking at what's going on now, I think he may be right. So, spin with Manchan, he's back into the come box as Tuckett faced up to his first delivery there. Good looking shot from Tuckett, and he's off the mark almost immediately.
Yeah, thanks, Liam. Required rate has jumped to over 6 now. And Tuckett, we've seen Tuckett play some useful hands for the academy team in the 2024 Regional 4-Day tournament. And I'll be hoping for a gutsy performance from him again. With Bolden, he's on 20. Do you think there's value now in probably just giving Jeremiah Louis an over 2 against Bolden? Bolden didn't look comfortable against him.
I mean, me personally, I would go to Shane Thomas because of how well he bowled through. Was 2 wickets, 4 runs, and he's back on the field, so it shows me that he's not injured or anything like that, I would get O'Shane in for 2 fast overs. Just get in there and bowl 2 overs at top pace at a new batsman, and a batsman who's settled that you could maybe unsettle with a couple of short ones or just a couple that rush onto him a bit.
Good point there. I think he should bowl him in short bursts, as you were suggesting. But he has decided to continue with Durham. Durham, of course, was with the Netherlands for the World Cup. And he has dual citizenship. He's from St. Martin. And as you know, once you're born in St. Martin, you could qualify to play for the Dutch. So he exercised that.
So we've got Bolden here now on 22. Bolden has been in some excellent form in Barbados. He needs to stake a claim for himself here. He's in as a replacement for the injured Nathan Edward. So, didn't get in originally. I thought he should have been into the Barbados team. And now he's getting his opportunity. And with the West Indies in a position of 48 for 40 academy, that is. It's a golden opportunity for Bolden to score, get a big score. Just recently in the Barbados Super 50 final, scored 171 not out.
Wow.
So he's got the ability to, put out those monster scores.
Well, they'll need one here because they're 48 for 4.
The required rate is not too bad at this stage, just 6 runs and over required.
But when you have a required rate of that, asking rate like that to sustain over 31 overs, that is the problem. It's not 6.1 over 5 overs or even 6 overs. No ball. Bowled there by Durham.
And that's going to be welcome for Colombo and Tuckett. But the new batsman at the crease gets a free hit to start his innings, really. Just his third delivery. Just to break the nerves a little bit. How does Durham go ahead to that?
Well, he takes advantage of it and he hoists it down to the boundary for 4.
Yeah, good looking shot from Tuckett there. And he's a good player. He's a really good player, and you always hear that all he needs to do is add a bit more runs to his game. He's another one of those players who could get to 30 or 40 and look really good and then get out. I remember seeing that in the regional 40 when the academy came up against Guyana, and he got out on 35. Looking at a good score, but just not able to carry on.
Yeah, just clearing mid-on there. Quicker delivery. Durham gets through his overs pretty quickly. At the end of over number 17, it's 53 for 4.
Kofi James, 5 overs, 1 for 18. He's going to continue. He's gotten into his work nicely and got rid of Teddy Bishop with a good delivery. It was a deserved wicket.
Not sure if we're going to see the big man bowl today. Didn't see him bowl in Atlanta.
He bowled in the final, picked up a wicket of his very first delivery.
Probably it was not a row.
That was the only game he bowled in. And just to tell you how good he is, his first delivery in the tournament was 5 games into the tournament, and it was a wicket cut.
Well, we might see him here, but in the interim, it's James. It's back. It's pulling and pulling well for 4.
Yeah, good looking shot from the man bowling there. Quick onto it, a short delivery, picked up the length early, and gets a welcome boundary for the West Indies academy.
Yep, collected there on just outside the ropes by a cameraman. A poor throw by the cameraman though, very poor.
Kofi James had a good CPL, and he's a player I think he has a lot of potential. I like the way he goes about his batting at the top of the order in T20 cricket. I want to add some more runs to his one-day career though.
Back and forcing. Oh, that's done with the accuracy of a surgeon as he gets it past point and a backward point. Gonna come back for 2.
And there's just something about a left-hander putting a cut shot. He always looks so much better. The big man there at slip doesn't often move from there.
Well, when he moves from there at slip, he goes on the other side and stands at slip.
If you look at a Raheem Cornwall heat map, he doesn't get far from the pitch ever.
It's always close to the action.
What a player he is though. He's done some remarkable things for the Leeward Islands and for West Indies in Test cricket. He never really got that opportunity at T20 level though. He's got T20 hundreds in CPL. Never represented the West Indies in a T20. That was always a bit weird to me.
Well, I think they're looking at probably the fielding aspect.
But he plays Test cricket.
Well, he's taken some blinders at first slip.
Nowhere else. Always at first slip. You look at his list day career now, 61 games, 400s, 550s. And it tells you his conversion rate is quite good. An average of 30. And then with the ball in hand, he's got 70 wickets. And an average of 26.12, which is really good. He's got a really good career. 88 first class games, 18 half centuries and 1 century. And in first class games he tends to bat at number 8 and number 9, so that's a really good record. 10 test matches for the West Indies. Has got a 10 wicket haul and 2 5 wicket hauls. That brings us to the end of another Kofi James over at the end of 18. The academy in a bit of trouble, 60 for 4.
I was looking at Hakeem there just now, and he was walking towards Durham to give him a message. But from the moment he reached where he's fielding, he stood still and he allowed Durham to come to him.
He's right there now. He's just off the second pitch there. And, that's cut away nicely, but hit straight to the man at point. No run. Not seeing Jamal Hamilton on the field at this stage. And we saw him working out his calf for a bit, and as Ruskin Mark said, we're going to need something special to get Jamal Hamilton off the field. Good delivery there from Durham, right on spot.
No run. I think the fight has gone out of this game, really. It's going to take a lot to get back in.
You look back at, it's a good shot there from a good stop from Durham.
The big man Durham getting down quickly.
You look back at that first innings from the Leeward Islands, and you know you gotta commend that score that they got in 47 overs. They're missing 2 of the main middle order batsmen in the team. There's no Casey Carty, he's with the West Indies team, as well as Joel Andrew, and you know he's young, yeah, he's just 17 years of age, but he's come into the Leeward Islands team and he's looked like he was there for 10 years. He just made his one-day international debut, did not get to bat, but you look at his list day career so far, just 4 games. He averages 55 with a high score of 143.
Oh, quicker delivery. Joel Andrews definitely a special talent.
Yeah, he came into the first class team as well last season, and on debut scored 49, and now he averages 30 in 8 games with 3 half centuries. He'd want to improve on that. Came into the CPL, scored a half century of his very first game. So it just shows the ability of the young man.
Well, I know that you want him to do well because you want to claim that you did get him out when Trinidad and Tobago played the Leeward Islands. And Big Rack is back. Look at him. He wants this thing ended quickly. He's bowling to tuck it.
Just looking at him stand next to the umpire there, he really is a big unit, really tall. Good start from Cornwall.
Good shot, as you can see there. Tuck it, getting into this time he's back, deep in his crease. So short delivery previously. Played away nicely, just forward of square. .64 for 4. Cornwall was another one who gets through his overs pretty quickly.
Nicely played there from the man Bolden. Building along nicely. I think what's important at this stage is exactly what Tuckett is doing, and Bolden is just rotating the strike and looking for a boundary every over, because you don't want the runs to get too far ahead of you. If you could get a boundary early in the over and then just get a couple of singles, and it's easy to get 8 runs on over that way.
Drummer's going to continue from this end. He's bowled his 5 overs, none for 22. See him just tossing that one up, looking to get it to grip on the track. In the air, he's in trouble. And the catch taken. Very tame dismissal there by Bolden. What was he trying to do? Kofi James has it.
Yeah, I think Bolden maybe just looking to up the ante a bit, and just got it straight up in the air to Kofi James, and it's disappointing. Lamar Bolden is a really good young player. He needs to carry on. Another good start from a West Indies Academy player after Bishop got a good start as well, and he fell. But it's time for fireworks, because more than likely it's going to be Joshua Bishop in at number 7. And 66 for 5, exactly what the Leeward Islands will be looking at.
So there you can see. Hold on. Did that one pop on him, Liam?
Not too sure, really. I think he was just looking to. He's just looking up the ante a bit. He isn't a player who, has added some aggression to his game over the past few seasons. Some calculated aggression, and
But he didn't calculate this one. I'll tell you why. You made a point earlier on that was a good point. That all they needed to do was to rotate the strike. The bad ball will come along where you can deal with. And you saw in the last over bowl by Raheem Cornwall, he pulled one down and Tuckett was able to hit it away for 4. Driving.
now what you're going to see from Joshua Bishop is shots. 'Cause that's the way he bats, and we saw him come out to bat in all kind of situations already in the regional 40, and he plays one way. Maybe not exactly what they need. He's not. I won't say he's in terms of the way he bats. I won't say that he's too risky or too irresponsible in his stroke play, but I think he's not gonna block. He's gonna look to drive the ball around, or look for singles, look for the out boundary, and put the pressure back onto the bowlers when he's in there.
Well, at the moment the pressure is on the batting side. 67, half of their side down already. This, would you believe, represents a recovery. Got 1 point, they were 3 for 2. Probably it's a good time just to, as you suggested, give O'Shane Thomas a little boost at the lower order. Johan Lane, who can bat, he's still to come. McKinney Clark.
He's also an all-rounder.
Yep. Jediah Blades.
Yeah, I think there's no spot for Blades other than number 11. Mutar might bat at 10. He could bat a little bit as well. A young Bajan leg spinner.
Cameraman at the fine seems to have fallen in love with the roof of the Jerry Gomez Media Center. That's very strange. I don't know what he's looking for.
Good start again to the over from Cornwall. Tuckett, one of those players who can play the sweep shot and reverse sweep well. So the wicket is it's not really turning as much as we saw yesterday at Huey. So there's no real need for anything too risky in terms of those sweep shots and reverse sweeps. Well, this is going to be an interesting one for me. Cornwall versus Bishop. The positive matchup for Bishop. The ball turning back into him. It's pretty strong, hitting the ball down the ground and over mid wicket. Scored 68 against this Leeward Islands team just about a week ago in a practice game in Antigua.
Well, that is a drive that went just wide of mid-on. Just trying to drive it through the offside. And
you see, he gave himself some room because there's no one out on that deep cover boundary. Gave himself some room looking to go over the top. This one just on the back foot punches it down to O'Shane Thomas and long off.
he's one of those who will keep you awake. I can tell you that. He's going to play his shots. He's going to fight. He's going to ensure that you don't fall asleep at the cricket or even read a newspaper at the cricket.
That one was not too far away from Cornwall, but I think it's a plan. I think he wants to bowl at Bishop, so he left it alone.
Well, you spoke about the pitch yesterday. Yes, there's turn here, but there's slow turn, and not exaggerated turn like what we saw. Appeal, and there goes Jimbo, the most animated I've seen him in a decade. Not out, says the umpire. Let's have a look.
I thought that one looked pretty close. Let's have a look at it again. Reverse sweep attempted from Bishop. Maybe hitting him outside off stump.
I tell you something.
Back at a bit though.
That looked good. I think Stevie Wonder might have given that.
Let's have a look at it one more time.
Cornwall has a right to be disappointed here, I think. I think that might have crashed into Midland leg. Was it a bit high?
I don't think height would have been the issue. I think if the umpire did not give him out, probably thought it hit him outside the line of the off stump. This one down the ground for a single.
But from our position here, we don't have the benefit of the tram or anything like that, but from our position here, it looked as if he was struck in front of the sticks.
Down the ground and a single to Joshua Bishop.
But the bodybuilder, umpire Rajkumar, decides against. In fact, it was not umpire Rajkumar. He's a standing umpire now at this end. Durham and his good friend, his skipper, Big Rack, they're getting through their overs so quickly that'll give Ruskin Mark enough time to go home for Diwali preparations. Or enough time to visit his good friend Colin Murray, who will be celebrating. Of course, tomorrow is the festival of Diwali, the festival of lights here in Trinidad.
Down the leg side, that one.
$75 for 5, 162. We spoke of Durham and his exploits. It would have been good, and of course he would have benefited with being in such a professional setup into a World Cup. He's been a good servant of Leeward Islands cricket. Speaking of servant of Leeward Islands cricket, in recent time there's a guy called Rishi Singh out of St. Martin who has been doing a lot of work in the Leeward Islands. I want to tip my hat to him, but I don't have one right now. But had I a hat on, I would have tipped it to Rishi Singh. End of the over, 75 for the loss of 5. 23 overs to go, and the pace at which Cornwall and Durham is bowling those overs, it's a joy for any umpire, and I tell you, any commentator as well.
Just looking across at the Barbados and Jamaica game down at the Barnard Cricket Academy. Jamaica chasing 260 for victory. There's rain down in south at this point in time. Jamaica 115 for 2. And that one has yet to restart.
Good start there by Jamaica.
115 for 4 in fact.
Oh, not good start by Jamaica.
You got a further 146 runs. Still time in their hands though. 25 overs to go. Blackwood unbeaten on 38.
Good to see
with
Blackwood.
Brad Vance.
Blackwood around and amongst the runs.
Driven nicely again from Tuckett down the ground for a single. Brings Joshua Bishop back in strike. Cornwall taking out the slip. Saw Bishop attempt the reverse sweep in the last over, maybe adding an extra man behind there.
Hoping for a top edge.
And Bishop working the ball into the long on fielder for a single now.
So I don't know if our guys can give us a shot of that appeal in the last over bowled by Cornwall.
Yeah, he is to tuck it again and tuck it on the back foot and beats Mikhail Louis at point. It's going to run close to the boundary, but they will just pick up 2. Louis did well to get there. And Cornwall just bowls his ball, heads back to his mark and waits until the ball is thrown back at him.
At least he's ready.
And he's always ready. Rakeem Cornwall always ready for battle.
Bowls off his shoulders.
Sundown to long on again. Good rotation from Bishop and Tuckett. Bishop 6 of 10. And I'll tell you what, he's not going to be happy with that. He likes to be striking over 100.
So the bowling figures, Louis. Fong was none for 5, but a man of the moment. O'Shane Thomas, 3 overs, 2 for 4. He has really been the one. Durham has done well, 1 for 30 of 7. And he is going to continue. And the Big Rack, 3 overs, none for 15. The man called Jimbo. Well, he was speaking about that pitch yesterday at UWI. I think there was that wicket was turning a lot. It turned square. I think not even an ice cream pail could have turned as much as that. And it led to Trinidad and Tobago spinners enjoying the conditions and bowling out the CCC.
Look at the academy now. 24 overs into the 25th now and 90 dot balls. And the problem continues for them as well. They want to get that dot ball percentage to under 50. Under 50%. So that way they'll find a way to get a point. Down the leg side maybe.
Arm ball. Yeah, it's gone. That was the arm ball there from Durham. And he was very, very confident with that appeal.
At first glance seemed to be going down the leg with the angle. But well, look at that again.
You might be right.
Yeah, I didn't think it looked out, and I thought umpire Raj Kumar was maybe convinced by the appeal more than the delivery in this case. Because Durham looked like if he was sure he was out.
Well, then umpire Rajkumar could never be a judge. Because judges get so much appeal.
I'd like to have a look at that one again a bit closer up. Because that one really was going down leg to me. At first glance, we'll have to have a better look at it. But we have the...
well, that's a celebration. Let's see here. I thought that might have been going down the leg side.
Yeah, unfortunate there for young
Tuckett.
Yeah, Callum Bowen Tuckett. Now that's going to bring... It looks like McKenny Clark in at number 8. McKenny Clark does have some ability with the bat, but he's got a job on his hands here. Both him and Joshua Bishop. 23 overs left and a lot of runs still to get 154, I believe, for victory. Look at it there again. Let's have a look at it.
Did pitch in line, and I think that was going to go down the leg side. Definitely. Good work by our technical crew there. Led by the big man himself, Jason Kailash, Prasad Ragbir, Sanchez, Mohammed, and of course his lieutenant, his deputy, the man in charge of quality control, the man Dylan Eversley, Bill Joe. And this is a delivery that he could have easily played on. Yes, Dylan Biljo, Eversley Rampal, Basu Sharma. These guys have more names than the runs that the academy has scored.
There's good bowling from Durham. 31 for 2 into his 8th over now.
Well, a slice of luck there for Bishop, but you know there's a saying that fortune favors the brave.
Yeah, McKenny Clark on that occasion getting that inside edge. Bishop really has looked good though. He's been playing everything down the ground, playing in the V's early on. As we see Hamilton back in. Like to say good afternoon to former QPCC groundsman Kyle Ramdu.
Head groundsman Ramdu.
He said he's now moved on to bigger things. Not sure what he means by that.
Good player, good batsman.
If you want to call him that, I'm not quite sure.
Didn't Ramdu play for Trinidad and Tobago on the 19 this year?
Yeah, he did.
Yes.
Not far off an academy call, I think.
Top man. I think he should pack his suitcases and keep it handy.
And a soft dismissal.
Oh, Rakim, you beauty. Look at that. No fuss at all. And you might get a smile.
I think the only person who can make Cornwall smile is Hamilton and his jokes, but look at that. My Bishop. It was slower from Cornwall. It was turning a bit, and Bishop trying to push the ball forward, trying to just work it down the ground like he's been doing so well for the entire innings. And yeah, let's have a look at it again. And hit straight back to the bowler. Good catch from Cornwall. It was very easy.
Look at this. This is the angle I was looking for. Oh, beauty. One hope that Cornwall didn't exhaust himself there in taking that catch. As safe as money in the bank. 85 for 7. And it's probably a good time as the new batsman comes in for me to take a short exit, and you will be joined by a former Trinidad and Tobago fast bowler, Ruskin Mark.
It's going to be Johan Lane in at number 9. And if I can tell you one thing about Johan Lane is that he does not block. He does not block at all. He's going to play shots and does have the ability to hit a long ball as well. We'll see how he goes about it. 152 required in just under 22 overs. As I say good afternoon and welcome back to Ruskin Mark. A bit of pressure here for the academy.
Yes, thanks a lot, Liam. Yeah, they're under a real strife here at the moment. Rakim Cornwall 1 for 15. He's in his 4th over. Simple caught and bold chance there a short while ago to get rid of Bishop. And now he's taking aim at Lane. Let's see if he can stand up. And immediately, as you said, big shot, 4 runs.
Yeah, you're going to get a lot of those from Johan Lane. It was a poor delivery, to be fair to him, and it wasn't like he was going after a good ball. That one was long down the leg side. I think if he didn't hit that, it might have gone for 5 wides. And Jamal Hamilton would have had a chase at the leg slip. But immediately into his work is Johan Lane. That's Cornwall's back in and bowls again. Oh, he's added something to his game.
Yep, he's probably going 1 in, 1 out. 1 in, 1 out. Let's see, this might be the one where he will test the man at a long one, probably, or deep square leg.
Well, Johan Lane looking for a call up to the test team.
He's very respectful.
89 for 7. Not the start to the tournament that the academy would have been looking for at all.
Let's see if Cornwall will flight one, give it a little extra air and see if that kind of encourages him to jump down the wicket, maybe have a big swing. And each time he was on the back foot this time.
Yeah. pulling it straight to the man at short mid wicket.
Give him hot. I mean, yeah, Chesney Hughes hasn't gotten a bowl. This time he's going gung-ho after this one. Luckily for him, he didn't make any contact because I'm not sure if he would have been, well, he's a strong man, so he probably would have cleared the man at square leg there, but it would have taken some kind of a hit to do that. 89 for 7 now, 26 overs completed. And you're right, it is a little bit disappointing for these youngsters because in the last couple of years we've seen both themselves and the CCC really show marked improvement. They've really stood up and fought. In fact, they won a few games when nobody really gave them any chance of doing so.
Well, I think one problem that I saw with them in the 40 and even in the 50 over competition last year is that they tend to lose wickets in clusters. And I've seen it happen to a lot of teams in the Super 50. You lose one and then all of a sudden 2 and 3 come behind. So something to note for the academy. I'm sure they're aware of it, but they need to find a way to fix it.
Yeah, because with so much technology being used now, each team has somebody who's taking pictures, who is recording everything, and so they do have their video analyst and everybody else there to help them to walk them through, what they're doing, what they should be doing, what is probably a better option, so to speak. But with all of that, they also have to bear in mind that you're now asking them to score at a faster clip over time. So there's a lot that they have to put in the man, and I suppose not everybody will ingest it and be able to produce it at the same time. He's gone again, Ariel. There's a man out there, and he takes a blinder of a catch. What a brilliant! Guess who it is? Jamal Hamilton.
What a catch it was. Running in, and he's still on the ground, or he's actually just gotten up.
Yep.
And everybody has to come to him after that catch. No. He's done all the work there. And Johan Lane, unable to clear the fielder, nickname Yogi.
Such a brilliant catch. Indeed. And Raheem Cornwall is probably not even going to come to him. Cornwall is saying, you're going to come to me to get this congratulations here. And it was a really good catch. The more you see it, the more impressed it looks. It really is. So it's 90 for 7 for 8 now.
Yeah, it looks like Motara is in at number 10. Or is it Bleeds?
And Durham has his third wicket. 3 for 33 so far.
Durham had a brilliant Super 50 last year with the ball in hand and with the bat. At times, he does have the ability to hit the ball around.
It's been a real procession here. McKinney Clark.
Clark and Motara in now.
Yeah, this is really dire straits for the West Indies Academy. They really need to show some fight here. You still have a lot of overs to work with. Don't just keel over, as they say. Show a little bit of resolve. Try and work out a method to probably get some runs. Try and take advantage of it. And immediately Clark can stand in tall on that back foot and trying to punch it through that offside.
And that brings us to the end of Durham's ninth at the end of 27. 91 for 8. Durham 9 overs, 3 wickets, 34 runs. It's been excellent today.
Yep, 3 for 34 from 9. He may very well be allowed to bowl out his 10 and just continue on. I'm a little bit disappointed we haven't seen O'Shane Thomas. Now, I don't know if that is probably a precautionary or what it is, but you would think by now, under normal circumstances, you'd probably bring him back and see. But you never know. They might just bring him back to see if he could mop up the tail with his extra pace. So Clark it is. And struck on the pad as appeal. He's out, LBW. He was trying to turn it on the onside. I'm not quite sure how much turn there was. And but we'll see from this angle now. And just turn it. Now the distance between where he is and where the ball struck, it still had a little way to travel. And you could see him. He's not happy at all. He is really marching off the field. And not a happy camper, but they've lost wicket number 9 now. He goes for 1. And Raheem Cornwall picks up another pepper. So here is fast bowler Jediah Blades. The last man standing, so to speak. Himself and Motara. But the Leeward Islands are really romping to a big victory here. A massive win this will be. As Blades comes to the wicket now and recognizes that it's a Herculean task ahead of him. Still have just under 20 overs to go, but they have just the last pair at the wicket. And they still need a further 146 runs. Make that 145.
Yeah, I don't think Jamal Hamilton was too happy with that delivery from Cornwall.
It was headed to him.
Yeah.
He's probably telling him, I am not wicket-keeping anyone. Ball over so.
And this time, just down to deep mid-wicket, Mikhail. In fact, it's Durham out there.
Blades is off the mark. So Cornwall is just finishing up here, trying to mop up the tail himself. 2 for 21 now from 4 overs and 2 deliveries. And nice delivery again. Good line, just holding its own.
Look at Jamal Hamilton there. Always in the game, as you rightfully said. Pulled away, the man out there, and I thought Durham should have gotten in, and Hamilton again. He's not happy with that.
He probably didn't see it, probably didn't pick it up early enough, but he needed to come forward. If he had stepped forward earlier, he probably would have been taking a comfortable catch at chest high, but he decided to stay back, and it dropped in front of him.
Going after this is Blades, it's
this
slipping
time,
here.
And just as I was saying, this is what he should have done before, but maybe he knew all along that he was just going to do it. And that is the end of that here. Cornwall picks up his 3rd wicket.
You've got to say it really has been a disappointing performance from the academy with bat in hand. in the end, they complete a victory by
142 runs. So that is the situation here. They won by 142 runs. I think Liam is making his way over to the far side, so he's probably going to do the presentation. And we will just hold it here for the time being. And but really and truly, as Vinod comes back in, Vinod, this has been a most comprehensive victory by the Leeward Islands.
Yeah, I want to agree with that. It's also been a very, very disappointing performance by the young men. We spoke earlier on today, Ruskin, about this same academy team showing fight. But you didn't see that today with the bat. You saw it with the ball. When you look at the overall situation of the match, and but even going into the game, you look at the team. This academy team is a bit different from the academy team that played in the 4A tournament, and some of those guys would have gone on to represent the national teams. So I guess it's a new outing for them. Some of these guys like Jagisa and all of these other players would not have played at this level before. So I think it's a situation where they will need some time. There are some of them who are still there, like Joshua Bishop, Teddy Bishop, just to name a few, Johan Lane. But in the main, we have had a number of additions to that academy team, and one hopes that they will be able to, show some fight as the tournament progresses.
It is, and and that's the other thing. For some of these teams, this is their first real outing, and hopefully, as the tournament progresses, as you say, they will find their feet, so to speak. I thought, give them credit, their bowling was impressive. It wasn't spectacular, but it was consistent, and it was kind of deliberate and concentrated. So, whatever it is, the plan was with the bowling. It worked pretty okay. Of course, they were, denied by that brilliant unbeaten 100 from Graves. But outside of him, when you really think about it, nobody else really, Louis came at the end and threw the bat and helped to spruce up things. You expect that, and you would, accommodate that. But in the main, I thought the bowling attack was a fairly decent bowling attack. I thought Blades bowled well for his 3 wickets. You also had Joshua Bishop doing very well. He continues to impress with his left arm orthodox spin and his variety and the range of deliveries that he tend to produce over time. And what I like about him too is he's not afraid to bowl long spells. He tends to kind of get into a rhythm, and he just keeps tuning away, and it works for him. And I think before the season ends, once he stays healthy, we may see a number of matches where he is called upon to bowl, 20, 25 overs, or he could only bowl 10. Let's just put it that way. But when we saw him in the 4-day tournament, he was the one who would take up that mantle, and he would just be ringing from from one end, and allow the other bowlers to attack at the other end. But he would certainly tie up and end for them. He because he's limited to the 10 overs, and sometimes they may have to break it up depending on the state of the game. But he's another one who I thought started very well in this tournament with another good performance. He picked up 2 wickets in the process as well. I thought we talked about Motara, who as a leg spinner he has a very simple action and a repeatable action, which is good for him. Now, as he gets stronger, he probably might be able to put more evolutions on those deliveries and maybe get the ball to really sort of kick off the wicket as it goes along. And to me, when you come into an environment like this where there's an academy and you kind of live and sleep cricket, chances are this is what he would need to make that next step, because he will have to look at himself and say, how can I help, the team? What do I need to do now to get better? And I think that is what, that is what he will need to do to ensure that he can really kick on here and do better for his team. So, as I say, a comprehensive victory here. And really a victory that will do the Leeward Islands a world of good. And if you were part of the West Indies Academy, you would want them to forget this game, especially the batting part of it, the second half of their performance. You want them to forget this as quickly as possible, and just kind of move on from there and see if there are better days coming for them. No, there must be better days, because I don't think they will play this poorly all the time. The problem for them, though, is if they play up at the University of the West Indies ground, where it's going to spin a lot more, the batsmen are going to have a lot more to talk about. Let's go over to the far side. I think Liam is over there, and he does have the captain. That's his Teddy Bishop.
Seems to be Matara.
Well, it looks like Matara, yep.
Yep.
I saw they had the board, the backdrop up, but they removed it.
Yep.
Zishan, not the start that you guys would have been looking for, and where do you think it went wrong today?
I believe that we had a good bowling innings, but we just didn't execute with the bat. We hit our targets for the most part when we were bowling, but we just didn't execute with the bat.
Yeah, I think, it wasn't a hard wicket to bat on, probably some mistakes with, shot selection and things like that. Now, in terms of your goals throughout the rest of the tournament and the team goals, got another game coming up this weekend. How do you guys plan on bouncing back, and what's your goals looking forward?
Yeah, we probably just have to go home and recuperate and look at what the things we did wrong and the things we did right, and come back strong in the next game. And I think that once we do that, once we hit our shots, we're a talented enough team that we could go all the way. And my goals personally, I think that I just want to be as successful as I could be, bat as well as I can and bowl as well as I can, and play a huge impact on this team.
Okay, well, we want to wish you the best for the rest of the tournament, and good luck.
Thank you.
So that was the little interview there with the youngster Matara.
And information coming to hand, Ruskin, I think they were organizing for the presentation down there, and I don't know what transpired.
Yeah, I saw they brought out the backdrop and everything.
I think it was the man of the match, and
I think without a doubt
Graves.
it would have to go to Graves, Justin Graves.
That's the information coming to hand. So the man of the match is Justin Graves. He's probably inside at a team meeting or so.
Well, the thing is, remember, he went off after one over.
Yes.
And what happened, and I was telling Liam that after the first ball he bowled, he seemed to, I don't know if he was cramping up or what, but he wasn't the same. He finished the over, but then immediately he went off, and we haven't seen him, since. So I'm hoping it's just cramps, and with some fluids in his system, who knows? By tomorrow he should be fine and ready to resume preparations and training and everything again.
So that's the situation here. 142-run victory for the Leeward Islands, and tomorrow the crew heads out to St. Augustine. Ruskin Mark and the company will be there to bring you all the action. And that's the combined campuses and colleges. Ruskin, that's their home venue. And they're coming up against, listen to this, the Guyana Harpy Eagles. Your thoughts going into that game?
Well, Guyana probably a little bit pissed off right now. So they're not going to take any prisoners in this game.
Yes, and of course they have some quality spinners on hand as well. So that's it from us. at the Queen's Park Oval. Join the crew tomorrow morning at 10 to 9 Eastern Caribbean time as we continue coverage of the CG United Super 50 Cup.